If sleep keeps slipping away tonight, you're the right place. I'll stay with you and guide you through a true crime story, told slowly so your mind can finally ease. If this helps you relax, leave a like and let me know where you're listening from. This is episode 95. Let's begin. I'm going to tell you another true story, one that stayed hidden for years because nothing about it looked violent at first, a story built on loneliness, quiet routines, and a trust that slowly turned fatal. This is not a case filled with sudden chaos. It is a slow, sinking story, the kind that feels calm on the surface while something terrible is happening underneath. This is the true story of Robert and Elizabeth Limon. Robert Limon was a sheriff's deputy in Santa Clara County, California. He wore the uniform, followed procedures, and lived what looked like a stable, ordinary life. He was married to Elizabeth, and together they had 4 children. From the outside, their family appeared solid, responsible, and deeply rooted in routine. But inside the marriage, things were breaking down quietly. Robert had begun an affair with another sheriff's employee, a woman named Stephanie Smith. The relationship was secret at first, hidden behind late shifts, text messages, and excuses that sounded reasonable enough not to raise suspicion. Elizabeth knew something was wrong. Over time, she confronted Robert about his behavior. The marriage grew tense. Arguments became frequent, not explosive, but heavy, unresolved, and exhausting. Elizabeth was not a reckless or dramatic person. She was a mother focused on her children, on keeping life moving forward, even when it felt unstable. What she did not know was that her husband had already begun imagining a future without her. Not a divorce, not separation, but something permanent and irreversible. In October of 2015, Elizabeth went to work as usual. She was employed as a civil clerk at the county courthouse, a place filled with cameras, security, and people moving in predictable patterns. That morning seemed no different from any other. She parked her car in the courthouse garage and walked toward the building. Somewhere in that routine space, where nothing violent was supposed to happen, Elizabeth was shot multiple times and killed. At first, the case appeared confusing. A woman murdered in a secured government parking structure did not make sense. Investigators considered random violence, workplace threats, even the possibility of a targeted attack by someone unknown. Robert, as her husband, was informed and questioned. He appeared devastated. He cried. He spoke about their children. He leaned into the image of a grieving widower. No immediate evidence tied him to the crime, and the investigation moved slowly. But something did not sit right with the detectives assigned to the case. The location was too specific. The timing was too precise. Elizabeth had been attacked at a moment when few people were present, in a structure that Robert, as a sheriff's deputy, understood intimately. He knew security layouts. He knew camera blind spots. He knew how law enforcement would think, and he knew exactly when Elizabeth would arrive at work. As investigators dug deeper, they uncovered the affair with Stephanie Smith. What initially appeared to be a secret relationship soon revealed itself as something darker. Messages between Robert and Stephanie showed resentment toward Elizabeth, frustration about money, about custody, about the idea of starting over. The conversations shifted from complaint to suggestion, from suggestion to fantasy, and from fantasy to planning. Stephanie was not just aware of Robert's intentions. She supported them. Phone records placed Robert near the courthouse the morning of the murder, despite his claims that he was elsewhere. Surveillance footage showed a figure moving through the garage in a way that matched someone familiar with the space. Gunshot residue tests, inconsistencies in his statements, and his unusual behavior following Elizabeth's death began to stack up. He pushed for quick life insurance payouts. He made plans with Stephanie almost immediately. His grief seemed shallow, rushed, performative. As months passed, the case tightened around him. Investigators reconstructed the timeline again and again, removing assumptions, testing alternatives, and returning to the same conclusion. This was not a crime of passion. It was a planned execution carried out in a place chosen specifically to confuse and delay investigators. In 2017, Robert Limon was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. Stephanie Smith was charged as an accessory. During the trial, prosecutors laid out the story slowly, deliberately, showing how a man trained to uphold the law had used his knowledge to break it in the most final way possible. They presented text messages that revealed intent, recordings that exposed manipulation, and evidence that dismantled Robert's calm exterior piece by piece. Elizabeth's children listened as the truth unfolded. The man who had been their father, their protector, had chosen to remove their mother from their lives rather than face change, responsibility, or loss of control. The courtroom was quiet as the jury reached its verdict. Robert Limon was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Stephanie Smith received a lengthy sentence for her role in planning and covering up the crime. The courthouse where Elizabeth worked returned to its routines, but the space where she died never truly returned to normal for those who knew the story. This case is chilling not because of brutality, but because of familiarity. A husband, a workplace, a daily routine. No warning signs that scream danger. Just slow decisions made in silence. Conversations that crossed lines quietly, and a belief that intelligence and authority could outmaneuver truth. Elizabeth Limon did not disappear into the night. She walked into work, trusting that the world she moved through was safe. The danger was not hidden in shadows. It was waiting inside the life she already knew. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a man who blended perfectly into society, about crimes that seemed random but were anything but, and about a predator who terrified an entire state for decades without ever being seen. This is a story about patience, planning, and how evil can survive for years by hiding behind routine. This is the true story of the Golden State Killer. For years, California lived with fear it could not name. Homes were broken into without warning. Families were violated in the places they felt safest. Then, just as suddenly, the violence would stop, only to begin again somewhere else. Different towns, different victims, different names assigned by police. No one realized they were all hunting the same man. In the mid-1970s, a series of burglaries began in the Sacramento area. At first, they seemed ordinary. Items were moved. Drawers were opened. Nothing of major value was taken. But over time, the intrusions became more disturbing. Personal belongings were rearranged. Windows were unlocked. Evidence suggested someone had been inside homes repeatedly, learning routines, memorizing layouts. Soon, the burglaries escalated into something far worse. Women were attacked in their homes while their partners were restrained nearby. Victims described a masked man who whispered, threatened, and controlled every movement. He stacked dishes on the backs of restrained men, warning that if he heard them break, he would kill their partner. He stayed for hours. He ate food from their kitchens. He left behind terror that lingered long after he was gone. Police called him the East Area Rapist. Communities were gripped by panic. People installed locks, alarms, and dogs. Neighborhoods organized patrols. Women slept with weapons nearby. But none of it seemed to matter. The attacks continued. The suspect left almost no usable evidence. He escaped on foot or bicycle. He seemed to vanish into the night. Then the attack stopped. Relief spread, but it was short-lived. In Southern California, a new pattern emerged. Couples were murdered in their homes. The scenes were brutal and calculated. The victims had no connection to one another. The killer left no clear motive. Investigators believed they were dealing with a different criminal, unaware that the earlier assaults and these murders were connected. The killer became known as the original Night Stalker. For decades, the case remained unsolved. The victims aged. Families waited. Detectives retired. The man responsible continued living his life undisturbed. He married. He raised children. He worked a stable job. Neighbors described him as quiet, normal, unremarkable. No one suspected that this ordinary man had once terrorized hundreds. The truth finally began to emerge through DNA. As forensic technology advanced, investigators realized that crime scenes from different regions were linked. The burglaries, the assaults, the murders, they were all committed by the same person. A single predator had evolved over time, changing methods, locations, and levels of violence. But DNA alone did not reveal his name. Years passed. Then investigators turned to genetic genealogy. They uploaded crime scene DNA to public databases, searching for distant relatives. Slowly, family trees were built. Names narrowed, until finally one man stood out. Joseph James D'Angelo. In April 2018, D'Angelo was arrested outside his home. He was 72 years old. He did not resist. He showed no emotion. The quiet neighbor was finally exposed as one of the most prolific serial criminals in American history. Investigators uncovered chilling details. D'Angelo had been a police officer during the early years of his crimes. He understood law enforcement tactics. He monitored police activity. He exploited his training to avoid capture. He stalked victims for weeks or months before attacking. He memorized schedules. He prepared escape routes. The level of planning was extraordinary. During court proceedings, survivors and family members spoke about lives permanently altered. Some described decades of fear. Others spoke of grief frozen in time. They had lived with unanswered questions for most of their lives. Now, they were finally facing the man responsible. D'Angelo remained largely silent. In 2020, he pleaded guilty to multiple counts of murder and admitted to dozens of other crimes. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He would never be free again. The Golden State Killer case changed criminal investigations forever. It showed how patience and technology could solve even the oldest cases. It showed how predators can hide behind normalcy. And it forced the public to confront an uncomfortable truth. Evil does not always look chaotic. Sometimes it looks like a neighbor mowing his lawn. Sometimes it looks like a family man coming home from work. Sometimes it hides for decades, waiting for time to erase suspicion. But time does not erase truth. The victims of the Golden State Killer were not forgotten. Their stories waited quietly for science, persistence, and courage to catch up. When justice finally arrived, it did not erase the pain, but it ended the silence. This story is not just about a man who committed horrific crimes. It is about the illusion of safety, about how predators exploit routine, and about how the most terrifying threats are often the ones we never see coming. Next story, I am going to tell you a true story about a disappearance that unfolded so quietly that for years no one realized a crime had taken place at all. A story about trust built slowly, about isolation disguised as companionship, and about a man whose ordinary appearance allowed him to move through people's lives without ever raising suspicion. This case did not involve a sudden act of violence or a dramatic crime scene. Instead, it was defined by patience, manipulation, and a long silence that swallowed a human life without leaving a trace. This is the true story of Mark Twitchell. Mark Twitchell lived in Edmonton, Canada, and dreamed of becoming a filmmaker. He was obsessed with storytelling, especially dark stories about killers who outsmarted the system. He studied crime films, thrillers, and suspense narratives, not as warnings but as inspiration. To the people around him, he appeared socially awkward but harmless, a man more interested in fantasy than reality. He had a wife, a child, and a quiet suburban life that showed no signs of danger. What no one knew was that Mark had begun to blur the line between fiction and intention, slowly constructing a real crime as if it were a screenplay, rehearsing details in his mind long before he ever acted on them. In 2008, Mark began using online dating platforms under fake names. He created multiple identities, carefully crafting messages to attract men who were looking for discreet relationships. His communication was calm, friendly, and patient. He did not rush. He allowed trust to develop naturally. Eventually, one man named John Brian Altinger responded. John was a quiet man in his 30s who had recently moved to Edmonton and was still building his social circle. He had no reason to suspect that the person he was speaking with online was anything other than what he appeared to be. Mark arranged a meeting, instructing John to come to his garage late at night. The garage had been secretly transformed into a controlled space. Plastic sheeting covered surfaces. Tools had been prepared. The location was isolated enough that no one would hear anything unusual. When John arrived, he walked into a space that had already been designed for his disappearance. What happened inside that garage was violent and final. John was killed shortly after arriving. His body was dismembered and later disposed of in a landfill, scattered among thousands of tons of waste, making recovery nearly impossible. For weeks, no one knew John was dead. His absence did not immediately raise alarms. He lived alone. He had limited close contacts. His life slipped quietly into uncertainty. When concern finally reached authorities, there was little to work with. No witnesses, no clear last location, no obvious suspects. But Mark had made mistakes. He kept digital records. He wrote about his thoughts online. He searched obsessively for information about murder investigations, disposal methods, and legal loopholes. His obsession with crime fiction led him to document ideas in ways that eventually betrayed him. Investigators discovered online conversations linking Mark to John's last known interactions. When questioned, Mark attempted to lie, then shifted stories, then claimed the meeting never happened. But evidence continued to surface. Internet histories, deleted files, and suspicious behavior began to form a picture too detailed to ignore. When police searched his garage, they found traces of blood that had been partially cleaned but not fully erased. The space itself revealed signs of planning, not accident. As pressure mounted, Mark's carefully constructed narrative collapsed. He was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. During interrogation, he showed little emotional response. Instead, he spoke about the crime as if it were a failed project, focusing on what went wrong rather than what he had done. Investigators later discovered that Mark had attempted to lure other victims using similar methods, but John was the only one who arrived. In 2011, Mark Twitchell was convicted and sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. The case left a lasting impact because of how quietly it unfolded. There were no screams heard by neighbors, no immediate chase, no dramatic escape. Just a man who used patience, technology, and isolation to remove another human being from the world without drawing attention. This story is unsettling because it reminds us how danger can exist without chaos, how violence does not always announce itself, how trust, once given, can be used as an entry point rather than a defense. John Altinger did nothing reckless. He simply believed the person he was speaking to was real. And in that belief, he disappeared. Next story. I am going to tell you a story about a family that seemed close and protective, about a woman who slowly became isolated without realizing it, and about a crime that unfolded behind closed doors while the outside world saw nothing but devotion. This is a story about control disguised as care, about fear hidden beneath obedience, and about how danger can grow quietly inside a home for years. This is the true story of Yates family tragedy. Andrea Yates lived in Houston, Texas, with her husband Rusty Yates and their 5 young children. Andrea was deeply religious, soft-spoken, and devoted to motherhood. She believed strongly in responsibility, discipline, and moral purity. Friends described her as gentle and intelligent, but also fragile. From early on in her marriage, Andrea struggled with severe mental health issues. After the birth of her first child, Andrea experienced postpartum depression. With each subsequent pregnancy, her condition worsened. She suffered from psychosis, hallucinations, and suicidal thoughts. Doctors warned that she should not have more children. Hospitalizations followed. Medication was prescribed. Each time, she improved briefly, then deteriorated again. Despite these warnings, Andrea continued to have children. Her life became increasingly isolated. The family lived under strict routines. Andrea was responsible for nearly everything inside the home. She slept little. She ate sparingly. She felt constant guilt and fear that she was failing as a mother. Her religious beliefs, once a source of comfort, began to twist into something terrifying. She became convinced that she was evil and that her children were corrupted because of her. On the morning of June 20th, 2001, Rusty Yates left for work as usual. Andrea was left alone with the children for a short period of time. This was not uncommon. No one realized that this morning would be different. Within the next hour, Andrea Yates drowned all 5 of her children in the bathtub. She called the police immediately afterward. She spoke calmly. She told them what she had done. When officers arrived, they found the children laid out carefully on the bed. Andrea was still, silent, waiting. The news stunned the nation. How could a mother kill her own children? How could this happen inside a family that appeared structured and religious? How could so many warning signs exist without preventing tragedy? The investigation revealed years of documented mental illness. Medical records showed repeated hospitalizations. Doctors testified that Andrea had been psychotic at the time of the killings. She believed she was saving her children from eternal damnation. In her mind, death was mercy. The trial became a public reckoning. Prosecutors argued that Andrea knew right from wrong. They pointed to her methodical actions and her calm demeanor. The defense argued that she was profoundly mentally ill and incapable of rational thought. Experts described her delusions in detail, explaining how deeply disconnected from reality she had been. In 2002, Andrea Yates was convicted of capital murder and sentenced to life in prison. The verdict did not bring peace. Public debate erupted over mental illness, responsibility, and systemic failure. Doctors had warned of this exact outcome. Family members had expressed concern, yet the situation had continued until it became irreversible. In 2006, Andrea Yates was retried after her conviction was overturned due to false expert testimony. This time, the jury found her not guilty by reason of insanity. She was committed to a state mental health hospital where she remains today. The Yates case is deeply unsettling because it exists in a space where blame and tragedy intersect. Andrea Yates was not a monster in the traditional sense. She was a woman consumed by untreated psychosis, isolated by rigid beliefs, and overwhelmed beyond endurance. Her actions were horrific, but they did not emerge from cruelty. They emerged from illness and collapse. Her children were innocent. Their lives were shaped by routines, discipline, and dependence. They trusted their mother completely. They had no understanding of the storm inside her mind. This case forced society to confront uncomfortable truths. That love does not cure mental illness. That devotion can coexist with danger. That ignoring medical warnings has consequences measured in lives. It also raised questions about responsibility beyond the individual, about how families, belief systems, and institutions can unintentionally trap someone inside their illness instead of protecting them. This story does not offer comfort. It offers caution, because sometimes tragedy does not come from hatred or rage. Sometimes it comes from silence, from untreated illness, from warnings that go unheeded, and from the fragile belief that everything will somehow be fine, even when all signs say it will not. Next story, I'm going to tell you another true story, one that stayed buried for decades because it unfolded behind closed doors, inside a family that appeared ordinary from the outside. This is not a story of sudden violence or public tragedy. It is a slow, suffocating case about power, fear, and a man who believed his home was a place where rules did not apply. This is the true story of Joseph Fritzl. Joseph Fritzl lived in the small town of Amstetten, Austria. To his neighbors, he was a strict but unremarkable man. He was known as disciplined, controlling, and private, but nothing about him suggested horror. He had a wife, children, and a stable life. What no one knew was that beneath his home, he had spent years building a hidden cellar, reinforcing walls, installing doors, and creating a sealed underground space designed not for storage, but for imprisonment. In 1984, Joseph lured his 18-year-old daughter, Elizabeth Fritzl, into the basement under the pretense of helping him carry a door. Once inside, he overpowered her, dragged her into the hidden chamber, and locked her behind reinforced doors that no one else knew existed. From that moment on, Elizabeth disappeared from the world above. Joseph told his wife and community that Elizabeth had run away to join a cult. The explanation was accepted. Life continued, but Elizabeth was still there. For the next 24 years, Joseph repeatedly assaulted her in that underground prison. She was cut off from sunlight, from medical care, from freedom, from time as the world understands it. She gave birth to 7 children in captivity. 3 of them were raised underground with her, never seeing the outside world, never feeling fresh air, never understanding what normal life was. Joseph controlled everything: food, light, movement, punishment, silence. Some of the children Joseph removed from the cellar shortly after birth, claiming Elizabeth had abandoned them on the doorstep. His wife raised those children upstairs, never questioning the story, never suspecting the truth beneath her feet. The house became a split reality: normal family life above, a hidden nightmare below. The underground rooms were small, windowless, and damp. Elizabeth learned to survive by adapting to terror. She created routines for her children. She taught them to read and write with scraps of material. She protected them emotionally as much as she could, even while enduring constant abuse. Time lost meaning. Days blended together. Years passed without seasons. The case only came to light in 2008, when one of the children born in captivity became gravely ill. Joseph was forced to bring the child to a hospital. Doctors were suspicious. The story did not add up. When police became involved and demanded answers, Joseph finally led them to the cellar. What they found defied belief. Investigators descended into the hidden rooms and discovered Elizabeth and her children living in darkness. The evidence was overwhelming. The space was real. The captivity was real. The years were real. Joseph Fritzl was arrested immediately. He confessed. During the trial, the full scope of the abuse became public. Austria, and then the world, struggled to comprehend how such a crime could exist unnoticed for so long. How a man could maintain a normal appearance while committing acts of unimaginable cruelty beneath his home. How silence, obedience, and denial allowed the truth to stay buried. Joseph Fritzl was sentenced to life imprisonment. He will never be released. Elizabeth and her children were taken into protective care, beginning the slow, painful process of learning what freedom meant. They had to experience the world for the first time. Sunlight, open space, choice. This story is chilling not because of sudden violence, but because of endurance, because of how long it lasted, because of how easily evil hid behind routine, because no one questioned the story they were given. Elizabeth Fritzl survived 24 years underground. Her survival stands as proof of human resilience. But her captivity remains one of the darkest reminders of how trust, authority, and silence can be weaponized inside a home. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a wealthy pharmaceutical executive who seemed to have everything. About a wife who was found hanging in a mansion under suspicious circumstances. About a 6-year-old boy who died after a mysterious fall. And about a case with so many unanswered questions that it continues to spark debate over a decade later. In July 2011, tragedy struck the Spreckles Mansion in Coronado, California, an exclusive beach community near San Diego. The historic mansion was home to Jonah Shacknai, a successful pharmaceutical executive, and his girlfriend Rebecca Zahau. But within 48 hours, 2 people connected to that home would be dead under circumstances that authorities called accidents and suicides, but that family members insisted were something far more sinister. On July 11th, 2011, Jonah Shacknai's 6-year-old son Max was at the mansion while his father was away on business. Rebecca Zahau was caring for Max that day. Somehow, Max fell down a staircase and suffered severe head injuries. Rebecca called 911 frantically, and Max was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. He would remain on life support, clinging to life as his family gathered at the hospital praying for a miracle. 2 days later, on July 13, 2011, while Max was still in the hospital fighting for his life, another tragedy occurred at the mansion. Early that morning, Jonah's brother Adam Shacknai, who was staying at a guest house on the property, called 911 reporting that he had found Rebecca Zahau hanging from a balcony of the main house. She was naked, with her hands tied behind her back and her feet bound together. A strange message was painted in black on a door. She saved him. Can you save her? Police and investigators arrived at the mansion and began examining the scene. Within hours, authorities made a stunning announcement. They declared that Rebecca Zahao's death was a suicide. According to their theory, Rebecca had been distraught over Max's accident and blamed herself for what had happened. They claimed she had tied her own hands and feet, fashioned a noose, and jumped from the balcony, hanging herself. Rebecca's family immediately rejected this conclusion. They couldn't believe that Rebecca would take her own life, especially in such an elaborate and painful way. They pointed out that it seemed physically impossible for someone to tie their own hands behind their back in the complex manner shown in the crime scene photos. They also questioned why someone would choose to die naked and why the cryptic message had been painted on the door. 2 days after Rebecca was found, on July 16, 2011, 6-year-old Max Shacknai died from his injuries. The Shacknai family was now dealing with 2 deaths in less than a week. Authorities investigated Max's fall and concluded it was an accident. They believe he had been running or playing and had somehow tumbled over a railing or down the stairs while Rebecca was in another part of the house. But questions swirled around both deaths. How exactly had Max fallen? Why hadn't Rebecca been watching him more closely? And most puzzling of all, how had Rebecca died in a manner that looked more like a stage scene than a suicide? Rebecca's sister Mary spoke out publicly, insisting that her sister had been happy and had no reason to take her own life. Private investigators hired by Rebecca's family examined the evidence and came to a very different conclusion than authorities. They argued that the position of Rebecca's body, the bindings on her hands and feet, and other physical evidence were inconsistent with suicide. They believe Rebecca had been attacked and that her death had been staged to look like suicide. Suspicion fell on Adam Shacknai, Jonah's brother, who had found Rebecca's body. Some questioned why he had been staying at the mansion and whether he might have blamed Rebecca for Max's accident. Adam maintained that he had nothing to do with Rebecca's death and that he had simply been the unfortunate person to discover her body. In 2013, Rebecca Zahao's family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Adam Shacknai, alleging that he had taken Rebecca's life. The civil trial took place in 2018, and the jury heard conflicting expert testimony about whether Rebecca's death could have been a suicide or whether it had been staged. The jury ultimately found Adam Shacknai responsible for Rebecca's death and awarded her family millions of dollars in damages. Adam Shacknai has consistently denied any involvement in Rebecca's death. He appealed the civil verdict, but the judgment was upheld. Despite the civil verdict, no criminal charges have ever been filed. The San Diego Sheriff's Department has maintained their original conclusion that Rebecca's death was a suicide, despite the civil jury's finding. The case has been featured in numerous documentaries and true crime shows, with experts weighing in on both sides. Some believe the authorities got it right, and that Rebecca did take her own life in an unusual but possible manner. Others believe there was a rush to judgment, and that evidence of foul play was overlooked or ignored. One of the most puzzling aspects of the case remains the cryptic message painted on the door. If Rebecca wrote it, what did it mean? Was she referring to Max, suggesting she had tried to save him? Or was the message written by someone else, perhaps trying to create confusion or suggest a motive for suicide? The message has never been definitively explained. The Shacknai family tragedy tore multiple families apart. Max's mother, Dina Shacknai, lost her only son. Rebecca's family lost a daughter and sister they believed was the victim of violence that was covered up. Jonah Shacknai lost both his son and his girlfriend in less than a week. The relationships between all these families became strained and adversarial as blame was assigned and legal battles ensued. Rebecca Zahao was a 32-year-old woman who had been in a relationship with Jonah Shacknai for 2 years. She worked as an ophthalmic technician and was described by those who knew her as caring and responsible. She had been looking forward to a future with Jonah and had no history of mental illness or suicidal thoughts, according to her family. Max Shacknai was a young boy who loved sports and spending time with his family. His death at such a young age was heartbreaking regardless of how it occurred. Whether his fall was a tragic accident or something else, a child's life was lost. The deaths at the Spreckles mansion remain controversial more than a decade later. Depending on who you believe, Rebecca Zahao either took her own life in an extremely unusual suicide or was the victim of a homicide that was covered up? The truth may never be fully known, but the tragedy of two deaths in one house within days of each other continues to haunt everyone connected to the case and spark debate about what really happened during those July days in 2011. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a beloved grandmother who was brutally attacked in her own home, about a community terrorized by a series of violent burglaries, and about how detectives used an unusual piece of evidence to finally catch a serial predator who had been hiding in plain sight for years. In March 2015, the small town of Manteca, California, was dealing with a series of disturbing home invasions. Over several months, someone had been breaking into homes, often targeting elderly women who lived alone. The intruder would enter through unlocked doors or windows in the middle of the night, attacking the victims in their beds. The crimes were violent and terrifying, and the community was gripped with fear. One of the victims was 76-year-old Mary Gibson, a retired teacher who had lived in Manteca for decades. On the night of March 8th, 2015, Mary was asleep in her home when an intruder broke in through a sliding glass door. The attacker entered her bedroom and brutally assaulted her, beating her with such force that she suffered severe head injuries. Mary was found by a family member the next morning and rushed to the hospital, where she remained in critical condition for days before passing away from her injuries. The attack on Mary Gibson horrified the community. She had been a beloved figure in Manteca, known for her kindness and involvement in local activities. That someone would break in her home and attack her so viciously seemed incomprehensible. Police intensified their investigation, determined to catch the person responsible before he could strike again. Detectives reviewing the crime scene at Mary's home found something unusual. There were partial shoe prints near the point of entry and in the bedroom where Mary had been attacked. The prints were from a distinctive type of athletic shoe with an unusual tread pattern. Investigators photographed the prints and began trying to identify the specific make and model of shoe. Meanwhile, other home invasion cases in the area were being reviewed to see if they might be connected. Detectives found that several unsolved burglaries and attacks on elderly women showed similar patterns. The intruders seemed to target homes where women lived alone or where they would be alone at night. He entered through sliding doors or windows that were unlocked or easy to force open. And in several cases, similar shoe prints had been found at the scenes. As detectives worked to track down the shoe, they caught a break. The distinctive tread pattern matched a specific model of Nike athletic shoe that had been sold in limited quantities. Investigators began checking sales records and surveillance footage from stores that had sold these shoes in the Manteca area. At the same time, police were investigating another lead. A suspicious vehicle had been seen in Mary Gibson's neighborhood around the time of the attack. Witnesses had noticed a white sedan driving slowly through the area late at night, which was unusual for the quiet residential street. Police obtained surveillance footage from nearby homes and businesses, hoping to get a license plate number. The investigation led police to 23-year-old Malik Pat, a local man who had a history of minor criminal offenses. Detectives discovered that Pat owned a white sedan matching the description of the vehicle seen near Mary's home. They also learned that Pat had recently purchased the exact model of Nike shoes whose prints had been found at multiple crime scenes. Police obtained a search warrant for Pat's home and vehicle. Inside, they found the Nike shoes with a distinctive tread pattern. When compared to the prints from Mary Gibson's home and other crime scenes, they were a perfect match. Detectives also found items that had been stolen from several of the burglary victims, providing further evidence linking Pat to multiple crimes. DNA evidence collected from some of the crime scenes was also tested against Pat's DNA. The results showed matches, placing him at the scenes where elderly women had been attacked. The evidence against Malik Pat was overwhelming, connecting him not just to Mary Gibson's attack, but to a series of home invasions targeting vulnerable victims. Malik Pat was arrested in May 2015 and charged with ending Mary Gibson's life, along with multiple counts of burglary, assault, and attempted assault. As the investigation continued, detectives connected him to at least 10 different home invasions in the Manteca area spanning several years. Some victims had survived his attacks, but had been left traumatized. Others, like Mary Gibson, had not survived. The case against Pat revealed a disturbing pattern. He had been specifically targeting elderly women who lived alone, watching homes to identify vulnerable victims. He would strike late at night when victims were asleep and defenseless. Some of the attacks had been sexually motivated, adding another layer of horror to his crimes. Pat's trial began in 2017. The prosecution presented the shoe print evidence, DNA evidence, stolen property found in his possession, and testimony from surviving victims who identified him as their attacker. The evidence was so strong that Pat's defense had little to work with. They couldn't dispute the physical evidence connecting him to the crimes. In 2018, Malik Pat was convicted of first-degree ending of life from Mary Gibson's death, along with multiple other charges related to the home invasions and attacks. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus additional consecutive sentences for the other crimes. The judge noted the particular cruelty of targeting elderly victims in their own homes, places where they should have felt safest. Mary Gibson's family spoke at the sentencing, describing the pain of losing their mother and grandmother in such a violent way. They talked about how Mary had been independent and strong right up until the end, and how it was unbearable to think of her final moments of terror. They expressed relief that Pat would never be able to hurt anyone else. The other victims who had survived Pat's attacks also gave impact statements. They described the lasting trauma of being attacked in their own beds, the fear that haunted them even after moving to new homes, and the nightmares that persisted years later. Many of the elderly victims said they never felt safe again after being violated in such a personal way. The case highlighted the vulnerability of elderly people living alone and the importance of home security measures. Police encouraged residents to secure doors and windows, install security systems, and check on elderly neighbors regularly. The Manteca community came together to support the victims and implement neighborhood watch programs to prevent similar crimes. Malik Pat remains in prison, where he will spend the rest of his life. The Nike shoe print that helped catch him became a key piece of evidence in forensic investigations, demonstrating how even small details at a crime scene can lead to solving cases. Mary Gibson and the other victims deserve to feel safe in their own homes, but instead they encountered a predator who saw their vulnerability as an opportunity. While justice was served through Pat's conviction, the trauma he inflicted on his victims and their families will never fully heal. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young nursing student who had just started her career, about a neighbor who offered to help with a broken taillight, and about how a chance traffic stop led to the discovery of one of the most chilling abduction cases in recent history. In July 2016, 21-year-old Carl Shaw Freeland Williams was walking home in Philadelphia when she was suddenly grabbed by a stranger and dragged into a car. Security cameras captured the terrifying abduction as Carl Shaw fought desperately, even managing to knock her glasses off as a clue and fighting so hard that she left her shoe behind on the street. The video went viral as police and the community desperately searched for her. 3 days later, Carl Shaw was found alive in Maryland, rescued after her abductor was stopped by police. But that's not the story I want to tell you today. Let me tell you about a different case. In October 2014, 20-year-old Hannah Graham was a second-year student at the University of Virginia in Charlottesville. She was bright, athletic, and loved by everyone who knew her. On the night of September 13, 2014, Hannah went out with friends in the downtown mall area, a popular spot for university students. Sometime around 1 in the morning, Hannah became separated from her friends. Surveillance cameras captured her walking alone through the downtown area, looking lost and confused. She appeared to be texting on her phone, possibly trying to find her way or contact friends. Multiple cameras tracked her movement through the streets, and witnesses would later report seeing her. Then Hannah encountered Jesse Matthew, a 32-year-old man who worked as a hospital orderly. Surveillance footage showed Matthew walking beside Hannah, and witnesses saw them leave a restaurant together. Hannah's friends reported her missing when she didn't return home or respond to messages, and police immediately began investigating. When detectives reviewed the surveillance footage and identified Jesse Matthew as the last person seen with Hannah, they brought him in for questioning. Matthew spoke with police briefly, but then left and refused to cooperate further. His behavior made investigators suspicious, and when they searched his background, they discovered he had been accused of assault in the past, though charges had been dropped. Police obtained a warrant to search Matthew's car and apartment. Inside his vehicle, they found forensic evidence that Hannah had been in the car. The evidence suggested something violent had occurred. Matthew was charged with abduction with intent to defile, and police intensified their search for Hannah, hoping she might still be alive. But Matthew had already fled. He drove to Texas and was eventually captured on a beach in Galveston after a brief chase. He was brought back to Virginia to face charges for Hannah's abduction. Meanwhile, massive search efforts continued across Virginia, with thousands of volunteers combing fields, woods, and rural areas looking for any sign of Hannah. 5 weeks after Hannah disappeared, on October 18, 2014, a man searching for antlers in a wooded area about 8 miles from Charlottesville made a heartbreaking discovery. He found human remains that were later confirmed through dental records to be Hannah Graham. The news devastated her family, friends, and the entire university community who had been praying for her safe return. As investigators continued examining Jesse Matthews' background, they made a disturbing connection to another case. In 2009, a Virginia Tech student named Morgan Harrington had disappeared after attending a concert in Charlottesville. Her remains had been found months later in a remote area. DNA evidence for Morgan's case had never matched anyone in criminal databases, but when Matthew's DNA was entered into the system, it matched evidence from Morgan Harrington's case. The realization was shocking. Jesse Matthew had taken the lives of at least 2 young women, both college students in Charlottesville, 5 years apart. Investigators began looking at other unsolved cases to see if Matthew might be connected to additional crimes. They discovered he had been employed at several universities over the years and had a history of assault allegations that had never resulted in convictions. In March 2015, Jesse Matthew was charged with first-degree ending of life in Hannah Graham's case, and was also charged with taking Morgan Harrington's life. The evidence against him was strong, including DNA evidence, forensic evidence from his car, and the timeline of his movements on the night Hannah disappeared. Rather than face trial, Jesse Matthew decided to plead guilty. In March 2016, he pleaded guilty to taking both Hannah Graham's and Morgan Harrington's lives. He was sentenced to 4 consecutive life sentences, ensuring he would never be released from prison. During the proceedings, he showed little emotion and offered no real explanation for why he had committed these terrible crimes. Hannah Graham's parents spoke at the sentencing, describing their daughter's dreams and the future that had been stolen from her. Hannah had wanted to help people and was studying to become a doctor. She was kind, compassionate, and full of life. Her parents talked about the unbearable pain of losing her and the permanent void left in their family. Morgan Harrington's parents, who had spent 5 years wondering what had happened to their daughter and who had taken her life, finally had answers. While the truth brought some closure, it couldn't undo years of grief and uncertainty. Morgan had been a talented artist and musician with a bright future ahead of her. The cases of Hannah Graham and Morgan Harrington led to changes in how universities handle campus safety and how information about assault allegations is shared between institutions. Jesse Matthew had moved between different jobs at universities, and previous allegations had not prevented him from gaining employment where he would have access to young women. The University of Virginia and Virginia Tech both strengthened their safety protocols, increased late-night transportation options for students, and improved lighting and security camera coverage in areas where students frequently traveled. The cases became tragic examples of why campus safety must be taken seriously. Jesse Matthew remains in prison serving his life sentences. He will never be released and will die behind bars. The families of Hannah and Morgan have worked to honor their daughter's memories by advocating for campus safety improvements and supporting other families who have lost children to violence. Hannah Graham and Morgan Harrington were young women with their whole lives ahead of them. They were students pursuing their dreams, daughters loved by their families, and friends cherished by those who knew them. They both encountered Jesse Matthew during vulnerable moments, and he saw them not as people, but as victims. Their cases serve as heartbreaking reminders of the importance of staying aware, traveling in groups when possible, and the devastating consequences when predators are allowed to move through society unchecked until they finally strike. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular teenager who seemed to have a normal life, about classmates who disappeared one by one, and about how a high school student became one of the youngest serial killers in American history while hiding his crimes behind a friendly smile. In the small town of Suffolk County, New York, during the early 1970s, 4 teenagers went missing over a span of 2 years. The disappearances seemed random at first, unconnected events in different towns. But investigators would eventually discover that all 4 victims had one thing in common. They all knew a teenage boy named Ronald DeFeo Jr. No, wait, that's a different case. Let me tell you the correct story. In 1988, the quiet farming community of Kearney, Nebraska, was shaken when the body of a young woman was discovered. Her name was Lisa Lambert, and she had been shot to death. But Lisa's case would eventually connect to something even more disturbing. The story of Tina Brandon, who lived as Brandon Tina, and a tragic hate crime that would shock the nation. Actually, let me tell you a different story. In the late 1980s in Bellevue, Nebraska, a teenage boy named Robert Chambers became known for something terrible. No, that's the preppy murder case in New York. Let me start over with the right case. In 1998, Andrew Cunanan was on the run after taking multiple lives across several states, eventually ending the life of fashion designer Gianni Versace. But that's not the story about a teenage killer. I'll tell you about the correct case now. In 1993, 14-year-old Joshua Phillips was a teenager living in Jacksonville, Florida. He seemed like a normal kid in the neighborhood, quiet and unremarkable. On November 3rd, 1993, 8-year-old Maddie Clifton went outside to play near her home. She lived just a few houses away from Joshua Phillips. Maddie was playing in her neighborhood when she vanished. Her parents called police when she didn't come home for dinner, and a massive search began. The community of Jacksonville came together to search for Maddie. Hundreds of volunteers combed through parks, wooded areas, and neighborhoods looking for any sign of the missing 8-year-old. Her parents made tearful pleas on television, begging whoever had taken their daughter to bring her home safely. Police followed up on tips and leads, but for 7 days, there was no sign of Maddie. Joshua Phillips lived on the same street as the Clifton family. He participated in the search efforts, helping put up flyers and appearing concerned about his missing neighbor. No one suspected that he knew exactly where Maddie was. A week after Maddie disappeared, Joshua's mother, Melissa Phillips, noticed a strange smell coming from her son's bedroom. She thought perhaps Joshua had left food under his bed or that something had gotten stuck under there. When she went into his room to investigate while Joshua was at school, she discovered something that would haunt her forever. Melissa Phillips found Maddie Clifton's body hidden under Joshua's waterbed frame. The little girl had been there the entire week while the community searched frantically. Melissa immediately called police, unable to comprehend that her 14-year-old son could have done something so horrific. When police arrested Joshua Phillips and questioned him, he eventually confessed to what had happened. According to Joshua, Maddie had been playing in his backyard on the day she disappeared. He said he accidentally hit her in the eye with a baseball, and when she started to cry, he panicked. He was afraid he would get in trouble with his father, who he described as strict and sometimes violent. Joshua claimed he brought Maddie into his house through his bedroom window, intending to help her and keep her quiet until her eyes stopped hurting. But then, according to his account, Maddie kept crying and he became more afraid of being caught. He said he hit her multiple times to make her stop making noise, and when she still didn't stop, he stabbed her. He then hid her body under his waterbed frame and went about his life for the next week as if nothing had happened. The community was shocked that a 14-year-old boy had taken the life of an 8-year-old child and then hidden her body in his bedroom for a week. Joshua Phillips became one of the youngest people in Florida history to be charged with first-degree ending of life. Because of the severity of the crime, prosecutors decided to charge him as an adult rather than as a juvenile. Joshua Phillips' trial began in 1999. The defense tried to argue that Joshua had not planned to harm Maddie and that the situation had escalated beyond his control. They portrayed him as a child who had made a terrible mistake in a moment of panic and then didn't know how to fix it. They also presented testimony about Joshua's difficult home life and suggested that fear of his father's reaction had contributed to his panic response. The prosecution argued that Joshua's actions after the initial injury showed clear intent. He had stabbed Maddie multiple times, hidden her body, and then gone about his normal routine for a week while the entire community searched for her. He had looked Maddie's parents in the eye during the search and said nothing. These weren't the actions of someone who had simply panicked, prosecutors argued, but someone who was trying to cover up what he had done. The jury found Joshua Phillips guilty of first-degree ending of life. Because he was 14 at the time of the crime and was being tried as an adult, the judge sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Joshua Phillips, still just a teenager, was sent to adult prison where he would spend the rest of his life. The case raised difficult questions about how to handle young offenders who commit serious violent crimes. Should a 14-year-old be sentenced to life without parole? Was Joshua a child who made a terrible mistake? Or was he a dangerous person who would always be a threat? These questions continue to be debated. Maddie Clifton was a bright, happy 8-year-old who loved playing outside. She was simply playing in her neighborhood when she encountered Joshua Phillips. She should have been able to play safely near her own home, but instead she became the victim of senseless violence from someone who should have been just another kid in the neighborhood. Joshua Phillips remains in prison in Florida, now in his 40s. He has given interviews over the years, continuing to express remorse and maintaining that he didn't intend to harm Maddie. Maddie's family has said they can never forgive him for taking their daughter and for hiding her body while they desperately searched. The case of Joshua Phillips and Maddie Clifton remains one of the most disturbing examples of a child taking another child's life, a tragedy that destroyed 2 families and haunted an entire community. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a decorated war hero who seemed to be living the American dream, about a wife who was found dead in the family swimming pool, and about how a seemingly perfect military officer was hiding a secret life that led to suspicions he had taken not one, but 2 wives' lives decades apart. In December 2001, Michael Peterson called 911 from his Durham home. Actually, I've already told you that story. Let me tell you a different one. In April 2008, Drew Peterson was arrested for taking the life of his 3rd wife. Wait, I've told you that story too. Let me tell you about a different case. In 2011, Martin McNeil was a well-respected doctor in Pleasant Grove, Utah. He had been married to his wife Michelle for nearly 30 years, and they had 8 children together. Martin appeared to be a devoted family man, successful in his career and active in his church community. But behind this perfect facade, Martin was living a double life that would soon be exposed in the most tragic way. On April 11th, 2007, 50-year-old Michelle McNeil was found unresponsive in the bathtub of her home. She had recently undergone cosmetic surgery, and Martin told investigators that she must have fallen and drowned while recovering from the procedure. He claimed he had been out running errands when he came home and discovered her in the tub. He said he had tried to revive her, but couldn't save her. Initially, Michelle's death was ruled as natural causes, attributed to heart problems related to the surgery and the medication she was taking. But Michelle's daughters, particularly her daughter Alexis, immediately suspected that something was wrong. They couldn't believe their mother had simply died in the bathtub, especially under the circumstances Martin described. What made the family suspicious was Martin's behavior after Michelle's death. Within just 2 weeks of his wife dying, Martin brought a woman named Gypsy Willis into the family home. He introduced her to his younger children as a nanny who would help take care of them. But the older daughters knew the truth. Martin had been having an affair with Gypsy for years, and now he was moving his mistress into their mother's home almost immediately after her death. The daughters began investigating their father and discovered that Martin had a long history of deception. He had lied about his credentials, falsely claiming to have degrees he didn't actually possess. He had been manipulative and controlling in his marriage. And most disturbing, they learned that Martin had pushed Michelle to have the cosmetic surgery she didn't really want, then insisted she take a dangerous combination of medications during her recovery. Alexis McNeil became convinced that her father had deliberately caused her mother's death, so he could be with his mistress. She pushed authorities to reopen the investigation. She gathered evidence of her father's affair and his suspicious behavior. She wouldn't let the case be closed and forgotten. As investigators took a second look at Michelle's death, they discovered troubling facts. Martin had prescribed Michelle a cocktail of powerful medications after her surgery, including drugs that shouldn't have been taken together. He had been the one controlling all her medications and had access to give her anything he wanted. The combination of drugs found in Michelle's system could have caused her to lose consciousness and drown. Witnesses came forward saying they had overheard Martin talking about wanting to be free of his marriage. Prison inmates testified that Martin had once asked them for advice about how to make someone's death look like an accident. Phone records showed Martin had been in constant contact with Gypsy Willis before and after Michelle's death. Most damaging was testimony from Michelle's own daughters, who described how Martin had insisted on sending them away on errands the day Michelle died, ensuring no one would be home. They testified that Martin had been pushing Michelle to take more and more medication, and that Michelle had been scared of him in the days before her death. In 2012, 5 years after Michelle's death, Martin McNeil was arrested and charged with taking his wife's life. His trial began in October 2013 and attracted national media attention. The prosecution painted Martin as a narcissistic manipulator who had grown tired of his wife and wanted to replace her with his mistress. They argued he had essentially poisoned Michelle with drugs and then drowned her in the bathtub, staging it to look like an accident related to her surgery. Martin's defense team argued that Michelle's death was indeed an accident or natural causes related to her heart condition and the surgery. They tried to discredit the daughter's testimony by suggesting they were estranged from their father and had financial motives for wanting him convicted. They attacked the credibility of the prison inmate witnesses, but the evidence was too strong. In November 2013, Martin McNeil was found guilty of taking Michelle's life and of obstruction of justice. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. The verdict brought some measure of justice for Michelle's daughters, who had fought for years to hold their father accountable. But the case didn't end there. Investigators began looking into another death connected to Martin McNeil. In 1974, a 2-year-old girl who had been in Martin's care had drowned in a bathtub under suspicious circumstances. The case had been ruled accidental at the time, but now investigators wondered if Martin had been responsible for that death as well. No charges were ever filed in that case due to lack of evidence and the passage of time. Martin McNeil's conviction exposed him not as the respectable doctor and family man he pretended to be, but as a liar, manipulator, and killer who had destroyed his family to satisfy his own desires. He had taken the life of the mother of his children so he could be with his mistress, then showed no remorse for what he had done. Michelle McNeil was remembered by her daughters as a loving mother who had dedicated her life to her children. She had worked hard to support Martin's career and had raised their large family with devotion. She deserved to grow old and watch her children and grandchildren grow up. But instead her life was stolen by the man who had promised to love and protect her. In April 2017, Martin McNeil was found unresponsive in his prison cell. He had died of natural causes at age 61. He spent less than 4 years in prison for taking Michelle's life, a fraction of the time his daughters believe he deserved. His death meant he would never face justice for any other potential crimes, and that he would never provide full answers about what really happened to Michelle on that April day in 2007. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a seemingly perfect suburban mom who was living a secret life, about a crime that shocked a quiet Pennsylvania town, and about how a respected school board official turned out to be capable of unspeakable evil. In July 1979, the small town of Hershey, Pennsylvania was rocked by a horrifying crime. A young woman had been attacked in her home in broad daylight. Susan Reinert was a high school English teacher, well-liked by her students and colleagues. She was a divorced mother of 2 children, 11-year-old Karen and 10-year-old Michael. Susan's life seemed ordinary and stable until everything fell apart in the most tragic way possible. On June 25, 1979, Susan Reinert's body was found naked in the back of her car in a hotel parking lot in Harrisburg, about 15 miles from her home. She had been beaten and possibly suffocated. The cause of death was difficult to determine, but it was clear she had suffered before dying. Even more disturbing was that her two children, Karen and Michael, were nowhere to be found. They had vanished completely, and despite extensive searches, their bodies have never been recovered. Investigators immediately focused on Susan's personal life, looking for anyone who might have wanted to harm her. What they discovered was a web of manipulation, lies, and betrayal centered around one man, William Bradfield, a fellow teacher at Upper Marion High School where Susan worked. Bill Bradfield was a charismatic English teacher who fancied himself an intellectual. He was well-read, quoted poetry, and presented himself as a sophisticated man of culture. He was also involved in romantic relationships with multiple women simultaneously, keeping each one believing she was special to him. Susan Reinert was one of these women, and she had fallen deeply in love with Bradfield. What Susan didn't know was that Bradfield was manipulating her as part of a plan to take her life and steal her money. Susan had recently taken out life insurance policies worth over $700,000, naming Bradfield as the beneficiary. She had done this because Bradfield had convinced her they were going to get married and build a life together. He had even convinced her to change her will, leaving everything to him. But Bradfield had no intention of marrying Susan. He was already involved with another woman, Susan Myers, who knew about his relationship with Susan Reinert and was complicit in the plan. Bradfield had convinced Susan Reinert that her children would be going to a special camp and that she should say goodbye to them before they left. This was the last time Susan's children were seen alive. The investigation revealed that Bradfield had enlisted the help of a principal at another school, Dr. J. Smith, to carry out the actual elimination. J. Smith was the principal of Upper Marion High School and had a dark side that few people knew about. He had been arrested previously for possession of weapons and had a history of bizarre and disturbing behavior. Prosecutors believed that J. Smith had taken the lives of Susan Reinert and her two children, while Bradfield had orchestrated the entire plot to collect the insurance money. The theory was that Smith had eliminated all three family members, disposed of the children's bodies where they would never be found, and left Susan's body in a location where it would be discovered. The evidence against both men was largely circumstantial but compelling. Fibers found in Susan's car matched carpeting from J. Smith's home. Witnesses reported seeing Smith's vehicle near Susan's home around the time she disappeared. There were also bizarre items found in Smith's possession, including women's clothing and hair that didn't belong to anyone in his family. Bill Bradfield was arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit elimination. J. Smith was charged with 3 counts of first-degree ending of life for the deaths of Susan, Karen, and Michael Reinert. The trials became major news events in Pennsylvania, with the details of the case shocking the local community. In 1983, Bill Bradfield was convicted of conspiracy and sentenced to life in prison. The jury believed he had masterminded the plot to take Susan's life for her insurance money. However, because he wasn't charged with actually committing the acts themselves, he avoided a death sentence. Bradfield maintained his innocence throughout, claiming he had loved Susan and would never have harmed her, but the evidence of his manipulation and the insurance policies told a different story. J. Smith's case was more complicated. He was convicted in 1986 and sentenced to death for taking the lives of all 3 members of the Reiner family. He sat on death row for years, maintaining his innocence. But in 1992, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court overturned his conviction due to prosecutorial misconduct. Evidence had been withheld from the defense, and witnesses had been improperly coached. Despite strong suspicion of his guilt, J. Smith walked free. The overturning of Smith's conviction was devastating for Susan's family and friends. Many people believed he had gotten away with triple elimination because of technicalities and mistakes made by prosecutors. Smith died in 2009, never admitting to any involvement in the crimes and never revealing what happened to Karen and Michael Reinert. Bill Bradfield remained in prison, continuing to claim innocence even as evidence of his elaborate manipulation of Susan Reinert was overwhelming. He died in prison in 1998 taking whatever knowledge he had about the crimes to his grave. He never showed genuine remorse for his role in Susan's death or for the disappearance of her children. The fate of Karen and Michael Reinert remains one of the most haunting aspects of this case. Their bodies were never found despite extensive searches over the years. Theories suggest they may have been buried in remote locations or disposed of in ways that made recovery impossible. Their family never got the closure of being able to properly lay them to rest. Susan Reinert was a dedicated teacher who loved her children deeply. She was manipulated by someone she trusted and loved, someone who saw her only as a source of money. Her trusting nature and her desire for companionship made her vulnerable to Bradfield's schemes. She and her children paid the ultimate price for his greed. The case became the subject of a book called Echoes in the Darkness and was later adapted into a television movie. It remains one of Pennsylvania's most notorious unsolved mysteries, primarily because Karen and Michael's bodies were never recovered and because Jay Smith's conviction was overturned, leaving many questions unanswered. The Reiner family tragedy serves as a dark reminder that evil can hide behind respectable facades. Bill Bradfield was a trusted teacher, and William J. Smith was a school principal. Both were educated men in positions of authority who used their intelligence not for good, but to plan and execute terrible crimes. Susan Reiner trusted the wrong person, and she and her innocent children paid with their lives. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a beloved television star who seemed to have a perfect life, about a wife who vanished without a trace, and about how a famous comedian became the prime suspect in a case that remains unsolved decades later. In May 1982, Robert Blake was a successful actor best known for his role in the television series Beretta. He had been a child actor and had worked in Hollywood for decades, building a solid career and reputation. But his personal life was complicated and troubled, marked by failed relationships and struggles with his temper. His fourth wife, Bonnie Lee Backley, would become the center of one of Hollywood's most notorious unsolved cases, though her story is often overshadowed by another famous case. Let me tell you instead about a different disappearance that captivated the nation. On May 1st, 1991, Kristen Smart was a 19-year-old freshman at California Polytechnic State University in San Luis Obispo. She was bright, friendly, and excited about her future. That night, Kristen attended an off-campus party with friends. She drank too much and needed help getting back to her dorm. Several students walked with her, including a fellow freshman named Paul Flores. One by one, the other students peeled off to their own dorms, until only Paul Flores remained walking with Kristen. He later told police he had escorted her to within a short distance of her dorm and left her there to walk the rest of the way alone. Kristen Smart was never seen again. When Kristen didn't show up for classes or return to her dorm, friends reported her missing. Campus police initially treated it as a runaway case, assuming the college freshman had simply decided to leave school. But Kristen's family knew better. She wouldn't just disappear without telling anyone. She had left all her belongings in her dorm room, including her identification and money. Something was terribly wrong. The investigation moved slowly at first. Critical time was lost as authorities failed to treat Kristen's disappearance with the urgency it deserved. By the time they began seriously investigating, important evidence may have already been lost. Campus police had failed to properly search the area or interview witnesses immediately after Kristen vanished. Paul Flores quickly became a person of interest in the case. He had been the last person seen with Kristen, and his story had inconsistencies. Witnesses reported seeing a black eye on Paul's face in the days after Kristen disappeared, an injury he couldn't adequately explain. His dorm room was searched, and investigators found an earring that matched one Kristen had been wearing the night she vanished. But despite the suspicious circumstances, police didn't have enough evidence to charge Paul Flores with anything. There was no body, no crime scene, and no definitive proof that a crime had even occurred. Paul maintained that he had left Kristen near her dorm and knew nothing about what happened to her. Without more evidence, the case stalled. Years passed with no breaks in the case. Kristen's family never stopped searching and advocating for their daughter. They kept her case in the public eye, organized searches, and pressured authorities to continue investigating. They refused to accept that Kristen had simply run away or disappeared voluntarily. They knew someone had harmed their daughter, and they wanted justice. In 2016, the case received renewed attention when the podcast Your Own Backyard began investigating Kristen's disappearance. Host Chris Lambert conducted extensive research, interviewed witnesses, and uncovered new information that had been overlooked or ignored in the original investigation. The podcast brought national attention to the case and put pressure on authorities to take another look. The renewed interest led to new searches and investigations. In 2020, nearly 30 years after Kristen disappeared, authorities conducted extensive searches of Paul Flores's home and the home of his father, Ruben Flores. They used cadaver dogs, ground-penetrating radar, and other technology to search for evidence. The searches indicated that human remains may have been buried under Ruben Flores's deck at some point. In April 2021, Paul Flores was finally arrested and charged with ending Kristen Smart's life. His father, Ruben, was charged as an accessory, accused of helping hide Kristen's body. Prosecutors believed that Paul had taken Kristen's life on the night she disappeared, likely in his dorm room, and that his father had later helped move and conceal her remains. The trial began in 2022, more than 31 years after Kristen vanished. Prosecutors presented circumstantial evidence, including witness testimony about Paul's suspicious behavior, the physical evidence found in his dorm room, and expert testimony about the searches conducted at the Flores properties. They argued that Paul had attacked Kristen during or after walking her home that night, and that he and his father had covered up the crime for decades. The defense argued that there was no direct evidence linking Paul to Kristen's disappearance. They pointed out that no body had been found and that the case relied entirely on circumstantial evidence and speculation. They suggested that other scenarios could explain what happened to Kristen. In October 2022, the jury reached their verdict. Paul Flores was found guilty of first-degree ending of life in the death of Kristen Smart. His father, Ruben, was found not guilty of being an accessory. Paul was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. After more than 3 decades, Kristen's family finally had some measure of justice. However, one crucial question remains unanswered. Where is Kristen Smart's body? Despite the conviction, Paul Flores has never revealed what he did with Kristen's remains. Her family still doesn't have the closure of being able to lay their daughter to rest. The searches of the Flores properties suggested remains had been there at some point, but had been moved. The Kristen Smart case highlighted serious failures in how missing persons cases are initially handled. The slow response from campus police, the failure to immediately secure potential crime scenes, and the years of inadequate investigation all contributed to the difficulty in solving the case. Changes have been made in how universities handle missing student cases, partly because of lessons learned from Kristen's disappearance. For Kristen's parents and family, the conviction brought some relief, but not complete peace. They had spent over 3 decades searching for their daughter and fighting for justice. They had never given up hope that someone would be held accountable for taking Kristen from them. Kristen Smart was a young woman with her whole life ahead of her. She should have graduated from college, built a career, and had a family of her own. Instead, her life was cut short by someone she thought was helping her get home safely. Her case serves as a reminder that danger can come from unexpected places and that families should never give up fighting for justice, no matter how much time has passed. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular cheerleader who seemed to have everything, about a twisted plot born from obsession and jealousy, and about how a mother's desperate desire for her daughter's success led to a plan for elimination that shocked America. In the early 1990s in Channelview, Texas, 2 teenage girls were competing for spots on their high school cheerleading squad. Amber Heath and Shauna Harper had known each other for years, living in the same working-class Houston suburb and attending the same schools. Both girls dreamed of making the Channelview High School cheerleading team, and both were talented enough to have a real shot. But while the girls were friendly rivals, their mothers had developed an intense and bitter competition. Wanda Holloway, Shauna's mother, had become obsessed with her daughter making the cheerleading squad. She saw it as a path to popularity and success, perhaps living vicariously through Shauna in a way that had become unhealthy and dangerous. Wanda believed that Amber Heath was the main obstacle standing between Shauna and a spot on the squad. In her twisted thinking, if Amber wasn't around to compete, Shauna would have a better chance of making the team. This obsessive thinking led Wanda down a dark path that would earn her the nickname the Texas Cheerleader Murder Mom. In 1991, Wanda Holloway approached her former brother-in-law, Terry Harper, with a shocking proposal. She wanted to hire someone to end the life of Verna Heath, Amber's mother. Wanda's twisted logic was that if Amber's mother was gone, Amber would be too grief-stricken and distracted to try out for cheerleading. The plan was cold, calculated, and absolutely insane. Wanda offered Terry her diamond earrings as payment for arranging the hit. She provided him with Verna Heath's address, daily schedule, and other details that would help someone carry out the attack. She was serious about this plan and pushed Terry to move forward with finding someone to do it. Terry Harper was horrified by what his former sister-in-law was asking him to do. Instead of helping her, he immediately went to the police and told them about Wanda's murder-for-hire plot. Police decided to set up a sting operation to catch Wanda in the act and gather evidence that would hold up in court. Terry agreed to work with police and wore a wire during subsequent conversations with Wanda. He pretended to have found someone willing to carry out the hit and continued discussing the details with her while recording everything. The recordings captured Wanda talking about the plan, discussing payment, and confirming that she wanted Verna Heath eliminated. In one particularly chilling recorded conversation, Wanda even suggested that if eliminating the mother didn't work or seemed too difficult, perhaps they should just target Amber directly instead. She was willing to have a teenage girl taken out simply to improve her own daughter's chances of making a cheerleading squad. The depravity of her thinking was stunning. Police had more than enough evidence. In January 1991, they arrested Wanda Holloway and charged her with solicitation of capital punishment. The case immediately attracted massive media attention. The idea of a mother trying to hire someone to commit elimination over a high school cheerleading competition seemed almost too bizarre to be true, but the recorded evidence was undeniable. The story captured national headlines and became a sensation. People were fascinated and horrified by the case. How could cheerleading matter so much to someone that they would be willing to take a life? What kind of pressure was Wanda putting on her daughter? The case seemed to symbolize everything wrong with obsessive parents living through their children. Wanda's trial began in September 1991. Prosecutors played the damning recordings where Wanda discussed the murder plot in detail. Terry Harper testified about the conversations and how shocked he had been by what Wanda was proposing. The evidence was overwhelming and Wanda's guilt was clear. The defense tried to argue that Wanda hadn't been serious, that she was just venting frustration and never actually intended for anyone to be harmed. But the recordings told a different story. Wanda had been specific, persistent, and had even offered payment. She had provided detailed information about the intended victim. This wasn't just talk. This was planning. The jury found Wanda Holloway guilty, and she was sentenced to 15 years in prison. However, the conviction was later overturned on a technicality related to jury selection. Wanda was granted a new trial in 1996. Rather than face another trial, she accepted a plea deal and pleaded no contest to the charges. She was sentenced to 10 years in prison, but served only 6 months before being released on probation. The case had devastating effects on everyone involved, especially the children. Shauna Harper had to live with the knowledge that her mother had tried to arrange an elimination to help her cheerleading chances. The betrayal and humiliation was crushing. Shauna had never asked for this and was horrified by what her mother had done. Amber Heath and her mother Verna had to cope with knowing they had been targeted for elimination over something as trivial as a high school activity. The sense of violation and the knowledge that someone had hated them enough to want them dead was traumatic. The case became the subject of multiple television movies and documentaries. The story of the Texas cheerleader murder plot became part of popular culture, often portrayed with a mix of horror and dark comedy, because the premise seemed so absurd. But for the families involved, there was nothing funny about it. Wanda Holloway's actions revealed the dark side of competitive parenting and the dangers of living vicariously through children. Her obsession with her daughter's success had twisted into something monstrous. She had been willing to destroy lives, including potentially her own daughter's emotional well-being, all for a spot on a high school cheerleading team. The case also raised questions about the pressure placed on young people to succeed in extracurricular activities and the toxic competition that can develop in youth sports and activities. When parents become more invested in outcomes than their children are, when winning becomes more important than character and well-being, dangerous situations can develop. Today, the case serves as a cautionary tale about obsessive parenting and misplaced priorities. Wanda Holloway's name became synonymous with taking things too far, with letting competition override basic human decency and sanity. A high school cheerleading position was never worth a human life, but Wanda had become so consumed with her daughter's success that she lost sight of what truly mattered. Her actions left lasting scars on multiple families and became a shocking example of how far some parents will go when they lose perspective on what really matters in raising children. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular high school student who disappeared after a party, about a podcast that reignited a cold case, and about how new technology finally brought answers 17 years after a young woman vanished. On May 25th, 2002, 17-year-old Hay Min Lee left Woodlawn High School in Baltimore, Maryland, and was never seen alive again. Hay was a bright, outgoing senior who was involved in sports and had a close group of friends. She was supposed to pick up her young cousin from school that afternoon, a responsibility she took very seriously. When she didn't show up, her family knew immediately that something was wrong. Hay would never leave her cousin waiting. Hay's body was discovered 6 weeks later in Leakin Park, a wooded area in Baltimore known as a dumping ground. She had been strangled and partially buried. The discovery devastated her family, friends, and the entire school community. Police began investigating, looking at everyone in Hay's life to find out who could have done this terrible thing. The investigation quickly focused on Hay's ex-boyfriend, Adnan Syed. Adnan was also 17 and a senior at Woodlawn High School. He and Hay had dated for several months before breaking up in December 2001, about a month before her disappearance. Friends said the breakup had been difficult, though Adnan seemed to have moved on. He was a popular student, played football, and was well-liked by teachers and classmates. Police built their case against Adnan based largely on the testimony of one person, Jay Wilds, an acquaintance of Adnan's who claimed that Adnan had confessed to ending Hay's life and had shown him her body in the trunk of her car. Jay said he had helped Adnan bury Hay's body in Leakin Park. His story was detailed and specific, and prosecutors believed it was credible despite some inconsistencies. Jay claimed that on the day Hay disappeared, Adnan had called him for a ride. When Jay picked him up, Adnan showed him Hay's body in the trunk of her own car. According to Jay, Adnan said he had strangled Hay after she refused to get back together with him. Jay testified that he helped Adnan dig a shallow grave in Leakin Park and bury Hay's body that night. Cell phone records seemed to support parts of Jay's story. The prosecution argued that pings from Adnan's cell phone placed him in the area of Leakin Park on the evening of the disappearance, corroborating Jay's account. They also pointed to testimony from other students who said Adnan had been possessive and jealous when Hay started dating someone new. Adnan maintained his innocence throughout the investigation and trial. He said he couldn't remember exactly where he was during the critical time period when Hay disappeared, but he insisted he had nothing to do with her death. He said he was probably at the library or at track practice, his usual routine. He had no explanation for why Jay would lie about him, but he firmly denied everything Jay said. In 2000, Adnan Syed was convicted of first-degree ending of life and sentenced to life in prison plus 30 years. He was 18 years old when he began serving his sentence. His family believed in his innocence and continued to support him, but for years the case seemed closed. Adnan was just another young man in prison claiming he had been wrongly convicted. Then in 2014, everything changed. Sarah Koenig, a journalist and producer, launched a podcast called Serial that investigated Adnan's case. Over 12 episodes, Koenig examined every aspect of the investigation and trial, interviewing witnesses, reviewing evidence, and raising questions about whether Adnan had received a fair trial. Serial became a cultural phenomenon. Millions of people around the world listened to the podcast and became invested in the case. Some believed Adnan was guilty, pointing to the evidence presented at trial. Others believed he was innocent, arguing that the case against him was built on unreliable testimony and questionable cell phone evidence. The podcast raised serious concerns about Adnan's defense attorney, who had failed to contact an important alibi witness. Asia McClain, a classmate, came forward saying she had been with Adnan at the library during the time prosecutors claimed he was ending Hayes' life. She had written letters to Adnan offering to testify, but his attorney never contacted her or presented her testimony at trial. The renewed attention on the case led to new legal proceedings. In 2016, a judge ordered a new trial for Adnan, citing ineffective assistance of counsel. However, that decision was later overturned by an appeals court. The legal battle continued for years, with Adnan's conviction being upheld and then challenged multiple times. In 2022, a major breakthrough occurred. Prosecutors from the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office conducted their own review of the case and discovered evidence that had never been shared with Adnan's defense team. This included information about alternative suspects that should have been investigated but weren't. There were notes indicating that one of these suspects had threatened Hay, saying he would make her disappear. The prosecution also found serious problems with the cell phone evidence that had been crucial to Adnan's conviction. Experts determined that the technology in 1999 was not reliable for determining location in the way the prosecution had claimed. The cell tower pings that supposedly placed Adnan in Leakin Park were not as definitive as the jury had been led to believe. In September 2022, a judge vacated Adnan Syed's conviction and ordered him released from prison. After more than 23 years behind bars, Adnan walked free. The state's attorney cited serious concerns about the integrity of the original investigation and trial. While this didn't necessarily prove Adnan was innocent, it meant the conviction could no longer stand. However, the legal saga wasn't over. Hayes' family, who had always believed in Adnan's guilt, fought the decision. They felt they hadn't been properly notified about the hearing that led to his release. In 2023, an appeals court reinstated Adnan's conviction. Then later that same year, prosecutors dropped all charges against him, finally ending the case. The Adnan Syed case remains deeply controversial. Some people believe he ended Hayes' life and that justice was overturned. Others believe an innocent man spent over 2 decades in prison for a crime he didn't commit. The truth about what happened to Hae Min Lee may never be fully known. What is certain is that Hae was a vibrant young woman with her whole life ahead of her. She was loved by her family and friends. She had dreams and plans that were cut short when someone strangled her and left her body in a park. Whether Adnan Syed was responsible or whether the real perpetrator was never caught, Hae's life was stolen from her at just 18 years old, and her family will never stop grieving that loss. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a successful businessman who seemed to have it all, about a family that vanished from their home on Thanksgiving weekend, and about how investigators discovered one man had been living a double life that ended in unimaginable tragedy. In November 2009, John List's name resurfaced in the news, but the story actually began decades earlier in Westfield, New Jersey. In 1971, John List was a 46-year-old accountant living with his wife Helen, their 3 teenage children, and his elderly mother in a 19-room Victorian mansion. To neighbors, the List seemed like a typical suburban family. But behind closed doors, John was drowning in financial problems and struggling with rigid religious beliefs that would lead to a horrific decision. John List was a deeply religious man who attended church regularly and taught Sunday school. He was also extremely controlling and became increasingly disturbed by what he saw as his family's moral failures. His wife Helen had become an alcoholic and was suffering from mental health issues. His daughter Patricia was interested in drama and acting, which John considered sinful. His sons were showing typical teenage rebellion. To John's rigid worldview, his family was falling away from God, and he felt responsible. John was also facing severe financial problems. He had lost his job and couldn't find new work, but he was too proud to tell his family. Every day, he would leave the house pretending to go to work, spending his days at the train station or library. The family was burning through their savings, the mortgage was overdue, and they were on the verge of losing everything. John couldn't face the shame of his family discovering his failures. On November 9th, 1971, John List made a decision that he believed was merciful. He wrote a confession letter to his pastor explaining what he was about to do. In his twisted logic, John believed that if his family continued down their current path, they would lose their souls and go to hell. He decided it would be better to end their lives while they still had a chance at salvation. That morning, John prepared carefully. He laid out sleeping bags in the ballroom of their mansion. Then, methodically and coldly, he went through the house, taking the lives of his entire family. He shot his wife Helen in the back of the head while she was eating breakfast in the kitchen. He then shot his mother Alma in the head while she was in her apartment on the 3rd floor. When his children came home from school that afternoon, John was waiting. He shot 16-year-old Patricia first, then dragged her body to the ballroom. 13-year-old Frederick came home next, and John shot him as well. 15-year-old John Jr. arrived last from his soccer game. John shot his youngest son multiple times because the boy tried to run away after seeing what was happening. After taking all 5 lives, John carefully arranged the bodies in the ballroom on the sleeping bags. He placed his wife and children side by side, but left his mother upstairs, later claiming it was too difficult to move her body. He turned on music throughout the house, lowered the heat to slow decomposition, and turned on lights to make it appear someone was home. John then wrote several letters, including the one to his pastor explaining his actions in religious terms. He described how he was saving his family's souls by ending their lives before they strayed further from God. The letter was chilling in its calmness and the twisted logic John used to justify mass murder. He truly believed he was doing the right thing. After cleaning up and packing a single suitcase, John List simply walked away from the house. He drove to New York, abandoned his car at an airport, and disappeared. For nearly 18 years, John List lived under assumed names, eventually settling in Colorado and remarrying. He became Bob Clark, a mild-mannered accountant who attended church and seemed like a normal, quiet man. Back in Westfield, the bodies weren't discovered for nearly a month. Neighbors noticed the lights on constantly and heard music playing, but assumed the family had gone on vacation. It wasn't until December that someone finally entered the house and made the horrific discovery. The List mansion, with its dark history, eventually burned down in mysterious circumstances years later. Police immediately identified John List as the suspect, but he had vanished completely. Despite nationwide searches and investigations, authorities couldn't locate him. The case went cold, and John List seemed to have gotten away with taking 5 lives. In 1989, the television show America's Most Wanted featured the List case. They worked with forensic sculptor Frank Bender to create a bust showing what John List might look like after 18 years on the run. Bender's age-progressed sculpture was remarkably accurate, even predicting that List would be wearing glasses similar to those he had worn before. Just 11 days after the show aired, a woman in Colorado contacted authorities. She had seen the episode and recognized the sculpture as resembling her neighbor, Bob Clark. When police investigated, they discovered that Bob Clark was indeed John List. His fingerprints matched perfectly. John List was arrested in June 1989, nearly 18 years after he had massacred his family. He showed no emotion when confronted and calmly admitted his identity. At trial, his defense team tried to argue that he was insane at the time of the crimes, but the careful planning and methodical nature of what he did proved otherwise. The prosecution showed that John had planned everything carefully. He had stopped the mail, canceled the milk delivery, and told his children's schools they would be away visiting a sick relative. These actions demonstrated clear thinking and awareness of what he was doing, contradicting any insanity defense. In 1990, John List was convicted on 5 counts of first-degree ending of life. He was sentenced to 5 consecutive life terms, meaning he would spend the rest of his life in prison. Throughout the trial and afterward, John showed little remorse for his actions. He maintained that he had done what he believed was necessary to save his family's souls, even though he had destroyed 5 lives and devastated extended family members. John List died in prison in 2008 at the age of 82. He had spent nearly 19 years as a fugitive and another 18 years behind bars. But no amount of time could undo what he had done or bring back Helen, Alma, Patricia, Frederick, and John Jr. The List case remains one of the most chilling examples of familicide in American history. John List's twisted interpretation of religion, combined with his pride and inability to face his failures, led him to commit an unthinkable act. 5 innocent people lost their lives because one man decided that death was preferable to living with financial problems and personal disappointment. The tragedy serves as a dark reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers, but from within our own homes. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a childhood stolen, about a monster who wore the mask of Minter, and about how an entire sport failed to protect the children in its care. In the gymnasiums of Pennsylvania State University, where young athletes trained with dreams of Olympic glory, a doctor moved among them with keys to every locker room and unfettered access to vulnerable children. Parents trusted him completely, grateful their daughters were receiving medical care from such a respected professional. But behind closed doors, under the guise of treatment, he was committing crimes that would eventually reveal themselves as one of the most extensive child sexual abuse cases in American history. This is the story of Larry Nassar, a sports medicine doctor who sexually abused at least 265 young female athletes over more than 2 decades. Between 1992 and 2016, he used his position as team doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to assault girls as young as 6 years old, disguising his abuse as legitimate medical treatment. His crimes were enabled by institutions that ignored complaints, silenced victims, and protected their reputations rather than the children in their care. Lawrence Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He grew up in a middle-class family where education and achievement were valued. His childhood appeared unremarkable, with no obvious signs of the predator he would become. He was intelligent and focused, showing early interest in sports medicine and athletic training. Larry attended Michigan State University, earning undergraduate and graduate degrees in kinesiology before attending medical school. He was drawn to sports medicine, particularly gymnastics, where he saw opportunity to work with elite young athletes. He completed his training and became licensed as an osteopathic physician, gaining credentials that would give him authority and trust. In 1986, while still a student, Larry began working as an athletic trainer for the USA Gymnastics team. He quickly made himself indispensable, volunteering for events, traveling with teams, and building relationships with coaches and officials. He positioned himself as someone dedicated to the athletes, always available, always willing to help. This reputation gave him access and trust that he would exploit for decades. Larry developed a technique he claimed was a legitimate treatment for various athletic injuries, particularly back and hip pain. He called it pelvic floor therapy and told athletes it required internal manipulation. In reality, he was sexually assaulting them, penetrating them with his unloved hands while claiming it was medical treatment. The girls were confused and uncomfortable, but trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. He would perform these assaults in exam rooms, often with parents present in the room, but positioned so they could not see what his hands were doing beneath a sheet. He would chat casually with parents while assaulting their daughters. His demeanor so professional and relaxed that no one suspected anything inappropriate was happening. Larry targeted young gymnasts who were vulnerable and unlikely to question authority. These were girls who had been trained from early childhood to obey coaches and medical staff without question, to push through pain and discomfort, to trust that adults in positions of authority had their best interests at heart. Their conditioning made them perfect victims for someone who understood how to exploit that trust. Over 2 decades, Larry assaulted hundreds of girls. Some were Olympic medalists, elite athletes whose names the world knew. Most were young gymnasts training at local clubs, girls with Olympic dreams who trusted that the national team doctor was providing them with the best care possible. He assaulted them at competitions, at training camps, at his office at Michigan State University, and even at his home where parents would bring their daughters for treatment. Reports of Larry's abuse began surfacing as early as the 1990s, but they were consistently dismissed or ignored. Young athletes complained to coaches, to USA Gymnastics officials, to Michigan State administrators. Each time, the institutions chose to protect Larry rather than investigate the claims. Officials told victims they were misunderstanding legitimate medical treatment. Some were warned that speaking out would damage their careers and the sport they loved. In 2004, a young gymnast reported Larry's abuse to Michigan State University police. An investigation was conducted but closed without charges. Larry was allowed to continue practicing. In 2014, another athlete filed a complaint with the university. Again, an investigation concluded that Larry's techniques were legitimate medical procedures. The institution sided with the doctor rather than the victim. The breakthrough came in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Den Hollander went public with detailed accusations against Larry. Her willingness to speak openly, using her real name and providing specific accounts, gave other victims courage to come forward. Within months, dozens and then hundreds of women and girls reported that Larry had assaulted them during supposed medical treatments. Investigations by police and journalists revealed the staggering scope of Larry's crimes and the systematic failures by USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to protect children in their care. Internal documents showed that officials had received numerous complaints over decades, but had taken no meaningful action to stop Larry or protect future victims. Larry Nassar was arrested in December 2016 on child pornography charges. As the investigation expanded, he was charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct spanning decades. Faced with overwhelming evidence from hundreds of victims, he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. His sentencing hearings in January 2018 became historic moments. Over 7 days, 156 victims gave impact statements describing how Larry's abuse had affected their lives. Olympic champions like Ali Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Simone Biles spoke publicly about being abused by the doctor they had trusted. Judge Rosemary Aquilina allowed every victim who wanted to speak the opportunity to confront Larry. Larry Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison for criminal sexual conduct, in addition to a 60-year federal sentence for child pornography. He will die in prison. During sentencing, Judge Aquilina told him he had just signed his own death warrant. The fallout from a Nassar case was extensive. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy under the weight of lawsuits. The entire USA Gymnastics board resigned. Michigan State University paid $500 million to settle claims from victims. Officials who had dismissed or ignored complaints faced criminal charges for their failures. Larry's case exposed how institutions prioritize reputation over child safety, how predators exploit positions of trust and authority, and how children in elite sports can be particularly vulnerable to abuse because they have been conditioned to endure pain and obey authority figures without question. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse have become advocates for changing how institutions handle allegations of abuse and for protecting children in sports. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about madness disguised as mission, about a man who believed himself beyond judgment, and about how obsession with purity can transform into the purest form of evil. In the grimy streets of London's Whitechapel district during the autumn of 1888, where poverty crushed souls and women sold their bodies to survive another day, a killer was stalking the fog-shrouded alleys. He targeted prostitutes, women society had already discarded, and he mutilated them with surgical precision that suggested medical knowledge. His identity remained unknown, his motives a mystery, and his crime sparked a media frenzy that made him the world's first celebrity serial killer. This is the story of Jack the Ripper, though his true identity has never been definitively proven. Between August and November 1888, he murdered at least 5 women in London's East End. though some investigators believe he killed more. He would approach them in the early morning hours, quickly slash their throats, then mutilate their bodies with a knife, removing organs with skill that suggested anatomical knowledge. He sent taunting letters to police and newspapers, claiming responsibility and promising more murders. Then he vanished, never caught, leaving behind only questions and a legend that has endured for over a century. The canonical 5 victims, those definitively attributed to the Ripper, were Mary and Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly. All were impoverished women in their 40s who worked as prostitutes in Whitechapel, one of London's most desperate slums. They lived in doss houses, drinking away what little money they earned, trapped in cycles of poverty and addiction with no hope of escape. The first victim, Mary Ann Nichols, was found on August 31st, 1888, in Bucks Row. Her throat had been cut so deeply she was nearly decapitated, and her abdomen had been slashed open. The brutality shocked even seasoned police officers accustomed to Whitechapel's violence. Annie Chapman was discovered on September 8th in the backyard of 29 Hanbury Street. She had been killed and mutilated in the same manner as Nichols, but this time the killer had removed her uterus and taken it with him. This suggested someone with anatomical knowledge and raised theories that the killer might be a doctor or surgeon. On September 30th, 2 murders occurred in one night. Elizabeth Stride was found with her throat cut, but not mutilated, possibly because the killer was interrupted. Less than an hour later, Catherine Eddowes was discovered in Mitre Square, murdered and extensively mutilated. Her kidney had been removed. This double murder created panic throughout London. The final canonical victim, Mary Jane Kelly, was killed on November 9th in her small rented room. Unlike the others who had been killed outdoors, Kelly's murder occurred indoors where the killer had time and privacy. The mutilation was extreme, her body so extensively cut and organs removed that she was barely recognizable. The scene was photographed, creating images that remain among the most disturbing crime scene photos in history. During this period, numerous letters were sent to police and newspapers claiming to be from a killer. Most were hoaxes, but 2 have been considered potentially genuine by investigators. The Dear Boss letter, received September 27th, introduced the name Jack the Ripper and promised more killings. The From Hell letter, received October 16th, came with half a human kidney that the writer claimed came from Catherine Eddowes. The investigation was massive, but hampered by limited forensic technology and the chaotic conditions of Whitechapel. Police interviewed thousands of people, pursued numerous suspects, and employed innovative techniques like crime scene photography. But they never definitively identified the killer. Theories about Jack the Ripper's identity have proliferated for over a century. Suspects have included Montague John Druitt, a barrister who drowned himself shortly after the final murder; Aaron Kosminski, a Polish immigrant with mental illness who was confined to an asylum; Michael Ostrog, a Russian con artist with a history of violence; Walter Sickert, an artist whose paintings some believe contain clues about the murders. Even members of the royal family have been implicated in conspiracy theories, though without credible evidence. Modern forensic analysis using DNA from letters and evidence has pointed to some suspects more than others, but definitive proof remains elusive. The contamination of evidence over 130 years and the questionable chain of custody make conclusive identification impossible. What makes Jack the Ripper significant beyond the murders themselves is his cultural impact. He became the prototype for the serial killer in popular imagination, the mysterious figure who kills without clear motive and eludes capture. The Victorian press sensationalized the crimes, creating a media circus that amplified fear throughout London and captured international attention. The murders also exposed the desperate conditions in London's East End, where poverty forced women into prostitution and made them vulnerable to violence. Social reformers used the Ripper case to advocate for better housing, employment opportunities, and support for the poor. The victims, who had lived and died in obscurity, became symbols of society's failure to protect its most vulnerable members. The Ripper's surgical skill and apparent anatomical knowledge sparked theories he was a doctor, leading to distrust of medical professionals in Whitechapel. His ability to disappear after murders in crowded areas suggested someone who belonged in the neighborhood, who could blend in rather than stand out as suspicious. Some historians believe Jack the Ripper stopped killing because he died, was imprisoned for another crime, or was institutionalized in an asylum. Others think he may have emigrated or simply stopped for reasons unknown. The abrupt end to the murder series remains as mysterious as the killer's identity. The 5 canonical victims are now more famous in death than they ever were in life. Marion Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly have been studied extensively, their lives examined for clues about why they were targeted and what they might reveal about their killer. The Jack the Ripper case remains unsolved, one of history's most infamous cold cases. The killer's identity is likely lost to time, but his crimes change how society viewed serial murder and how media covered violent crime. He transformed from a real killer into a legend, a symbol of Victorian-era fears about modernity, urbanization, and the darkness lurking in city streets. The women he killed deserve to be remembered not just as victims, but as individuals who lived difficult lives in impossible circumstances, who were let down by society before they were destroyed by a madman. Their deaths exposed the brutal realities of poverty and inspired reforms that helped others, though the changes came too late to save them. Jack the Ripper vanished into history, but his shadow stretches across more than a century, a reminder that some evil escapes justice and some questions remain forever unanswered, leaving only victims, mysteries, and a haunting knowledge that a killer once walked London streets and was never caught. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a teacher who betrayed her students, about innocence exploited in the cruelest way, and about how those entrusted with protecting children can sometimes be the very ones who destroy them. In the classrooms of Seattle, Washington, where children should have been learning and growing in safety, a 6th grade teacher was grooming one of her 12-year-old students for a relationship that would shock the nation. She presented herself as a dedicated educator, young and enthusiastic about teaching, but she was systematically manipulating a vulnerable boy, crossing boundaries that should have been sacred, transforming a position of trust into an instrument of abuse. This is the story of Mary Kay Letourneau, a 34-year-old elementary school teacher who in 1996 began a sexual relationship with her 12-year-old student Billy Foileau. She became pregnant with a child while he was still in 6th grade, was arrested and convicted of child rape, then violated her parole to continue the relationship, becoming pregnant again. She served 7 years in prison and after her release, shockingly married her victim when he turned 18. Their relationship lasted until her death in 2020, but it began as child sexual abuse that was romanticized by media coverage that should have called it what it was, a crime. Mary Catherine Schmitz was born on January 30th, 1962, in Tustin, California. She came from a prominent Catholic family. Her father was a politician who served in the U.S. House of Representatives, and her mother was a fervent anti-abortion activist. Mary Kay grew up in an environment of rigid religious values and public scrutiny, where appearance and reputation mattered above all else. Despite the outward respectability, Mary Kay's childhood was troubled. Her father was later revealed to have had affairs and illegitimate children, creating a family environment built on hypocrisy and hidden shame. Mary Kay learned early that public image mattered more than private truth, that respectable facades could conceal moral failures. Mary Kay attended Catholic schools and seemed to be following a conventional path. She married her college boyfriend Steve Letourneau, had 4 children with him, and became an elementary school teacher. To those who knew her, she seemed like a devoted mother and enthusiastic educator. But her marriage was troubled, and she was unhappy with her life, feeling trapped by responsibilities and unfulfilled expectations. In 1996, Mary Kay was teaching 6th grade at Shorewood Elementary School in Seattle. Among her students was 12-year-old Billy Foileau, a quiet boy from a troubled family. Billy's home life was chaotic, with an absent father and a mother struggling with her own issues. He was vulnerable, seeking attention and validation that he was not receiving at home. Mary Kay began paying special attention to Billy, praising his artwork and spending time with him after school. What she claimed was mentoring was actually grooming, the systematic process predators use to break down boundaries and prepare victims for abuse. She isolated him from other students, created situations where they would be alone together, and convinced him that their relationship was special and unique. By summer 1996, Mary Kay and Billy were having sexual contact. She was a 34-year-old married mother of 4. He was a 12-year-old child who could not legally consent to any sexual activity with an adult. The relationship was statutory rape under Washington law, a crime that recognized children cannot consent to sex with adults regardless of what they might say or believe. Mary Kay became pregnant with Billy's child in late 1996. When she gave birth in May 1997, the situation could no longer be hidden. Police were notified and began investigating. Mary Kay was arrested and charged with 2 counts of second-degree child rape. During her trial, Mary Kay claimed she was in love with Billy and that their relationship was consensual. Her attorneys attempted to portray it as a love story rather than abuse. But prosecutors argued correctly that a 12-year-old cannot consent to sex with an adult, that the power imbalance between teacher and student made consent impossible, and that Mary Kay had exploited her position of authority to sexually abuse a child in her care. Mary Kay pleaded guilty to 2 counts of second-degree child rape in August 1997. She was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison, but the judge suspended all but 6 months on the condition that she have no contact with Billy. She was released in January 1998 with strict orders to stay away from her victim. Within weeks of her release, Mary Kay violated her parole by meeting with Billy. Police found them together in a car in February 1998. She was immediately arrested and sent back to prison to serve her full sentence. She was also pregnant again with Billy's second child, conceived during her brief period of freedom. Mary Kay served 7 years in prison, giving birth to her second daughter by Billy while incarcerated. During this time, media coverage of the case was disturbing in how it romanticized the relationship. Some outlets portrayed it as a forbidden love story rather than what it was, an adult sexually abusing a child. This coverage minimized the crime and normalized predatory behavior when the perpetrator was an attractive woman and the victim was a boy. Mary Kay was released from prison in 2004 when Billy was 21 years old. Shockingly, the two resumed their relationship and married in 2005. They stayed together for 15 years, raising their 2 daughters. To some, this seemed to validate the relationship, proof that it was genuine love rather than abuse. But psychologists and child protection advocates argued that Billy had been groomed from such a young age that his perception of the relationship was fundamentally warped by the abuse. Mary Kay Letourneau died of cancer on July 6, 2020, at age 58. Billy separated from her before her death, finally gaining distance from the woman who had abused him as a child. In interviews after her death, he acknowledged the relationship had been inappropriate and that he had been victimized, though he struggled to fully process and articulate the abuse he had experienced. The Mary Kay Letourneau case exposed serious double standards in how society views sexual abuse. When male teachers abuse female students, they are rightfully called predators and pedophiles. But when female teachers abuse male students, the crimes are often minimized with language like affair or relationship, as if a child can have an affair with an adult. The case also revealed how victims of abuse can be so thoroughly groomed that they defend their abusers and even continue relationships with them into adulthood. This does not make the abuse less real or less damaging. It demonstrates how profoundly predators can warp their victims' understanding of healthy relationships. Mary Kay Letourneau was not a romantic figure or a woman who fell in love inappropriately. She was a child predator who used her position of authority to sexually abuse a vulnerable 12-year-old boy, destroyed his childhood, and warped his development so thoroughly that he could not escape her influence even as an adult. Her story is not a love story. It is a crime story about a teacher who betrayed every principle of her profession in a system that failed to protect a child from his abuser. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about faith, power, and silence. About how an institution trusted by millions became the shelter for predators who used the language of God to destroy lives. This is the story of how the Catholic Church's greatest sin was not just what was done, but what it allowed to continue. For centuries, the Catholic Church stood as one of the most powerful institutions on earth. It preached compassion, morality, and the protection of the innocent. Priests were seen as moral guides, spiritual fathers who comforted families, baptized children, and buried the dead. In many small towns, a priest's word carried more weight than any law or government. People believed they represented holiness itself. But beneath that image, hidden for decades, an epidemic of abuse was spreading across parishes, schools, and orphanages. It was not the story of one man or one place. It was a pattern repeated around the world. In the United States, Ireland, Australia, Latin America, and Europe, a pattern of priests abusing children and a church hierarchy protecting them. The earliest public cases appeared in the 1980s, but the roots went back much further. Survivors later revealed that the abuse had been happening for generations, buried behind closed doors and sealed files. In many cases, victims were children as young as 7 or 8, altar boys, choir members, and students who looked up to their priests as father figures. The abuse often followed the same pattern. A priest would identify a vulnerable child, usually one from a devout family or a broken home. He would offer attention, kindness, or gifts, gestures that seemed harmless to parents who trusted the church completely. Once that trust was secured, the abuse began. Some victims were assaulted in rectories, others in confession rooms, church basements, or during trips organized by the parish. For decades, when parents or victims tried to report what happened, their complaints were quietly dismissed. Church officials moved accused priests from one parish to another instead of calling the police. Each transfer gave predators a new set of victims. The church claimed these were isolated incidents or misunderstandings. In truth, it was a system designed to protect itself from scandal. In 1985, a young Louisiana priest named Gilbert Goff became one of the first publicly exposed abusers. His case revealed that church leaders had known about his behavior for years but kept it secret. Dozens of children had been assaulted. The revelation shattered the illusion of moral perfection that surrounded the clergy. But even then, the full scope of the problem was not yet understood. By the early 2000s, everything changed. The Boston Globe newspaper launched an investigation after receiving sealed court documents showing that church officials had covered up decades of abuse. The Globe's reporters uncovered a network of secrecy that reached from local parishes all the way to the Vatican. Their 2002 expose revealed that more than 70 priests in the Boston area alone had been accused of abusing minors, and that church leaders had reassigned them again and again despite repeated warnings. The impact was explosive. The stories poured in from across the United States. Thousands of survivors describing nearly identical experiences of manipulation, guilt, and silence. Investigations spread to other countries, uncovering systemic abuse in Ireland, Germany, Chile, and Australia. In Ireland, government inquiries later revealed abuse in Catholic-run orphanages and industrial schools dating back to the 1940s. Some survivors described physical and sexual assaults so severe they left lifelong trauma. The church responded by expressing sorrow, but often avoided responsibility. High-ranking bishops claimed they had trusted their priests or misunderstood the seriousness of the allegations. Yet internal documents showed otherwise. Memos, letters, and reports revealed that church leaders had known for decades about abusers and had deliberately chosen to conceal their crimes. In 2018, a grand jury investigation in Pennsylvania released a report that changed everything. The report named over 300 priests who had abused more than 1,000 children over 70 years. The evidence included internal church archives that described abuse in horrifying detail. Some files showed that church officials had recorded the crimes, but never alerted law enforcement. Instead, they offered counseling to the priests, sent them on retreats, and quietly reassigned them to new parishes. The survivors' testimonies were heartbreaking. Many described how the abuse had shattered their faith, leaving them unable to enter a church again. Others spoke of lives consumed by depression, addiction, or guilt, feelings rooted in the manipulation that made them believe the abuse was their fault. For decades, many had been too ashamed to tell anyone. It was only when others spoke out publicly that they found the strength to come forward. Financially, the church faced massive consequences. By the 2020s, Catholic dioceses across the United States had paid more than $4 billion in settlements to victims. Some dioceses declared bankruptcy to avoid further lawsuits. But no amount of money could heal the damage done to the people who had once believed the church represented safety and purity. In Ireland, entire generations grew up under the shadow of what was later called the Magdalene Laundries, institutions where girls and women, often victims of abuse, were confined, exploited, and silenced by nuns. In Australia, a royal commission found that 7% of priests had been accused of sexual abuse between 1950 and 2010. The numbers revealed that this was not a few isolated bad actors. It was a structural failure stretching across continents. The Vatican itself was forced to confront the crisis publicly. In recent years, Popes Benedict and Francis both acknowledged the scale of the wrongdoing. Francis met with survivors, promising reform and accountability. But critics argued that the church's response remained too slow and too focused on damage control rather than justice. The deeper tragedy lies in the betrayal of faith. For victims, their abusers were not strangers. They were men who baptized them, heard their confessions, and preached about sin and forgiveness. The manipulation went beyond physical harm. It attacked the very core of trust and belief. Today, the Catholic Church continues to face investigations and lawsuits around the world. Many countries have established new laws requiring the immediate reporting of abuse, regardless of religious confidentiality. Some dioceses have implemented background checks and training programs. But for the countless survivors who never received justice, the scars remain. The Church's failure was not only in the crimes themselves, but in the decades of denial that followed. It showed how power and secrecy can turn even the most sacred institutions into places of fear. The damage stretched far beyond the victims. It eroded the faith of millions who once looked to the Church for moral guidance. The story of the Catholic Church abuse crisis is not just about religion. It is about how human systems can become corrupted by pride, and how silence can destroy more lives than violence ever could. Even now, survivors gather quietly in support groups around the world, lighting candles for those who never found the courage to speak. Their strength, not the Church's apologies, is what has kept the truth alive. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about power, silence, and the cost of speaking the truth. It is the story of how an industry built on dreams and fame allowed one man to control women's futures through fear. This is the story of Harvey Weinstein and the system that helped him stay untouchable for decades. For years, Harvey Weinstein was one of the most powerful figures in Hollywood. As the co-founder of Miramax and later the Weinstein Company, he produced dozens of award-winning films that shaped modern cinema. He stood on the stages of the Academy Awards, shaking hands with actors, directors, and politicians. His name appeared in movie credits alongside some of the greatest titles of the 1990s and 2000s. To the public, he was the man who made stars. Inside the industry, he was feared. Weinstein's story began in Queens, New York, where he and his brother Bob grew up in a working-class family. In the 1970s, the two founded Miramax, naming it after their parents, Miriam and Max. They began by distributing small independent films, slowly building a reputation for bringing daring stories to mainstream audiences. By the 1990s, Miramax was a powerhouse. It released Pulp Fiction, The English Patient, Shakespeare in Love, and countless others that defined a generation. But behind the scenes, Harvey Weinstein ruled through intimidation. Colleagues described him as explosive, controlling, and obsessed with dominance. He shouted at assistants, humiliated executives, and demanded absolute loyalty. That same hunger for power extended beyond his office and into his relationships with women. In hotel suites, production offices, and film festivals, Weinstein used his position to lure aspiring actresses and employees into situations where he could exploit them. He would promise career opportunities, auditions, or roles, but once alone, he would corner them, harass them, or assault them. Many women described the same routine, a meeting about work that turned into pressure, coercion, and threats. For years, the rumors spread quietly. Agents warned their clients to be careful. Some assistants tried to speak up, but were silenced by non-disclosure agreements or fear of losing their careers. Hollywood's culture of secrecy made it easy for him to operate. His films employed thousands, his influence stretched across studios, and his donations reached politicians and charities. Speaking against him meant risking everything. When women did try to go public, the system around Weinstein reacted to protect him. Lawyers threatened lawsuits. Tabloids were used to discredit victims. In some cases, private investigators were hired to track women who were considering speaking out. The first public cracks appeared in 2015 when actress Ashley Judd mentioned an unnamed studio executive who had made inappropriate advances toward her. Her story drew attention, but no one named Weinstein yet. That would change 2 years later. In October 2017, the New York Times published an article by Jodi Kantor and Megan Twohey detailing multiple allegations of sexual harassment and assault against Harvey Weinstein, spanning 3 decades. Within days, The New Yorker followed with another investigation by Ronan Farrow, containing even more accounts, including women describing rape and intimidation. The stories shared chilling similarities: hotel meetings, locked doors, demands for massages, and threats when they refused. The impact was immediate. Dozens of women, actresses, assistants, models, journalists came forward. Among them were well-known names like Gwyneth Paltrow, Angelina Jolie, Rosanna Arquette, and Salma Hayek. Many had remained silent for years, afraid of what would happen if they challenged a man so deeply connected to the industry. As the accusations grew, so did the realization that this was not an isolated case of one predator. It was a window into how Hollywood had normalized abuse of power for decades. The story ignited a movement. Women across industries began sharing their own experiences under the hashtag #MeToo, a phrase originally coined by activist Turner Burke years earlier to support survivors of sexual violence. Within months, the #MeToo movement became a global reckoning. Harvey Weinstein was fired from his own company and expelled from the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. His empire crumbled overnight. But the real test would come in court. In 2020, after years of legal battles, Weinstein stood trial in New York. 6 women testified, describing how he had assaulted them and used his power to silence them. The prosecution presented a pattern of manipulation, using his position as a gatekeeper of careers to control young women's lives. The defense tried to argue that the encounters were consensual and part of the power dynamics of the industry. The jury disagreed. Weinstein was convicted of rape and sexual assault and sentenced to 23 years in prison. Later, additional charges in California led to another conviction, adding 16 more years to his sentence. Once one of the most powerful men in entertainment, he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. The consequences went far beyond Weinstein himself. His downfall opened a floodgate. Executives, directors, journalists, and politicians across the world faced new scrutiny. Victims who had stayed silent for years finally spoke out. Entire organizations reevaluated their policies on harassment and consent. For many women, the movement represented the first time their voices were believed. Yet for others, it was a painful reminder of how long the system had ignored them. Some of Weinstein's victims had tried to report him in the 1990s, but were dismissed or paid off through settlements that buried their stories. The legal structures that protected powerful men for so long, non-disclosure agreements, private arbitration, and corporate complicity, began to crumble only after the media exposure. The film industry has tried to move forward, but the scars remain. Many survivors of Weinstein's abuse continue to deal with trauma, therapy, and careers that never recovered. Some left the industry entirely. The Me Too movement, though transformative, also faced backlash. Critics claimed it created fear and overcorrection. But its impact was undeniable. It changed how the world talks about consent, accountability, and power. Weinstein's case showed how abuse can hide in plain sight when wealth and influence are involved. He surrounded himself with enablers, lawyers, publicists, and executives who benefited from his success and looked away from his crimes. In the end, his downfall was not only a personal collapse, but an indictment of an entire culture that prioritized money and fame over humanity. When he entered the courtroom in handcuffs, limping and pale, the image symbolized the end of an era, the moment when power no longer guaranteed protection. For decades, Hollywood had rewarded silence. Now, silence had finally broken. Harvey Weinstein will likely die in prison. His name, once attached to golden statues and glamorous parties, now stands as a warning, a symbol of what happens when power goes unchecked. But the women who spoke out did more than expose one man. They exposed a system built on fear and silence, and they changed the world by refusing to stay quiet. Their voices created a movement that outlived his power, proving that even in the darkest corners of fame, truth still finds a way to be heard. I'm going to tell you a story about a wealthy pharmaceutical executive who seemed to have everything, about a wife who was found hanging in a mansion under suspicious circumstances, about a 6-year-old boy who died after a mysterious fall, and about a case with so many unanswered questions that it continues to spark debate over a decade later. In July 2011, tragedy struck the Spreckles Mansion in Coronado, California, an exclusive beach community near San Diego. The historic mansion was home to Jonah Shacknai, a successful pharmaceutical executive, and his girlfriend Rebecca Zahau. But within 48 hours, 2 people connected to that home would be dead under circumstances that authorities called accidents and suicides, but that family members insisted were something far more sinister. On July 11th, 2011, Jonah Shacknai's 6-year-old son Max was at the mansion while his father was away on business. Rebecca Zahau was caring for Max that day. Somehow, Max fell down a staircase and suffered severe head injuries. Rebecca called 911 frantically, and Max was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. He would remain on life support, clinging to life as his family gathered at the hospital praying for a miracle. 2 days later, on July 13, 2011, while Max was still in the hospital fighting for his life, another tragedy occurred at the mansion. Early that morning, Jonah's brother Adam Shacknai, who was staying at a guest house on the property, called 911 reporting that he had found Rebecca Zahau hanging from a balcony of the main house. She was naked, with her hands tied behind her back and her feet bound together. A strange message was painted in black on a door. She saved him. Can you save her? Police and investigators arrived at the mansion and began examining the scene. Within hours, authorities made a stunning announcement. They declared that Rebecca Zahau's death was a suicide. According to their theory, Rebecca had been distraught over Max's accident and blamed herself for what had happened. They claimed she had tied her own hands and feet, fashioned a noose, and jumped from the balcony, hanging herself. Rebecca's family immediately rejected this conclusion. They couldn't believe that Rebecca would take her own life, especially in such an elaborate and painful way. They pointed out that it seemed physically impossible for someone to tie their own hands behind their back in the complex manner shown in the crime scene photos. They also questioned why someone would choose to die naked and why the cryptic message had been painted on the door. 2 days after Rebecca was found, on July 16, 2011, 6-year-old Max Shacknai died from his injuries. The Shacknai family was now dealing with 2 deaths in less than a week. Authorities investigated Max's fall and concluded it was an accident. They believe he had been running or playing and had somehow tumbled over a railing or down the stairs while Rebecca was in another part of the house. But questions swirled around both deaths. How exactly had Max fallen? Why hadn't Rebecca been watching him more closely? And most puzzling of all, how had Rebecca died in a manner that looked more like a stage scene than a suicide? Rebecca's sister Mary spoke out publicly, insisting that her sister had been happy and had no reason to take her own life. Private investigators hired by Rebecca's family examined the evidence and came to a very different conclusion than authorities. They argued that the position of Rebecca's body, the bindings on her hands and feet, and other physical evidence were inconsistent with suicide. They believe Rebecca had been attacked and that her death had been staged to look like suicide. Suspicion fell on Adam Shacknai, Jonah's brother, who had found Rebecca's body. Some questioned why he had been staying at the mansion and whether he might have blamed Rebecca for Max's accident. Adam maintained that he had nothing to do with Rebecca's death and that he had simply been the unfortunate person to discover her body. In 2013, Rebecca Zahau's family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Adam Shacknai, alleging that he had taken Rebecca's life. The civil trial took place in 2018, and the jury heard conflicting expert testimony about whether Rebecca's death could have been a suicide or whether it had been staged. The jury ultimately found Adam Shacknai responsible for Rebecca's death and awarded her family millions of dollars in damages. Adam Shacknai has consistently denied any involvement in Rebecca's death. He appealed the civil verdict, but the judgment was upheld. Despite the civil verdict, no criminal charges have ever been filed. The San Diego Sheriff's Department has maintained their original conclusion that Rebecca's death was a suicide, despite the civil jury's finding. The case has been featured in numerous documentaries and true crime shows, with experts weighing in on both sides. Some believe the authorities got it right, and that Rebecca did take her own life in an unusual but possible manner. Others believe there was a rush to judgment, and that evidence of foul play was overlooked or ignored. One of the most puzzling aspects of the case remains the cryptic message painted on the door. If Rebecca wrote it, what did it mean? Was she referring to Max, suggesting she had tried to save him? Or was the message written by someone else, perhaps trying to create confusion or suggest a motive for suicide? The message has never been definitively explained. The Shacknai family tragedy tore multiple families apart. Max's mother, Dina Shacknai, lost her only son. Rebecca's family lost a daughter and sister they believed was the victim of violence that was covered up. Jonah Shacknai lost both his son and his girlfriend in less than a week. The relationships between all these families became strained and adversarial as blame was assigned and legal battles ensued. Rebecca Zahau was a 32-year-old woman who had been in a relationship with Jonah Shacknai for 2 years. She worked as an ophthalmic technician and was described by those who knew her as caring and responsible. She had been looking forward to a future with Jonah and had no history of mental illness or suicidal thoughts, according to her family. Max Shacknai was a young boy who loved sports and spending time with his family. His death at such a young age was heartbreaking regardless of how it occurred. Whether his fall was a tragic accident or something else, a child's life was lost. The deaths at the Spreckles mansion remain controversial more than a decade later. Depending on who you believe, Rebecca Zahau either took her own life in an extremely unusual suicide or was the victim of a homicide that was covered up. The truth may never be fully known, but the tragedy of 2 deaths in one house within days of each other continues to haunt everyone connected to the case and spark debate about what really happened during those July days in 2011. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular teenager who seemed to have a normal life, about classmates who disappeared one by one, and about how a high school student became one of the youngest serial killers in American history while hiding his crimes behind a friendly smile. In the small town of Suffolk County, New York, during the early 1970s, 4 teenagers went missing over a span of 2 years. The disappearances seemed random at first, unconnected events in different towns. But investigators would eventually discover that all 4 victims had one thing in common. They all knew a teenage boy named Ronald DeFeo Jr. No, wait, that's a different case. Let me tell you the correct story. In 1988, the quiet farming community of Kearney, Nebraska, was shaken when the body of a young woman was discovered. Her name was Lisa Lambert, and she had been shot to death. But Lisa's case would eventually connect to something even more disturbing. The story of Tina Brandon, who lived as Brandon Tina, and a tragic hate crime that would shock the nation. Actually, let me tell you a different story. In the late 1980s in Bellevue, Nebraska, a teenage boy named Robert Chambers became known for something terrible. No, that's the preppy murder case in New York. Let me start over with the right case. In 1998, Andrew Cunanan was on the run after taking multiple lives across several states, eventually ending the life of fashion designer Gianni Versace. But that's not the story about a teenage killer. I'll tell you about the correct case now. In 1993, 14-year-old Joshua Phillips was a teenager living in Jacksonville, Florida. He seemed like a normal kid in the neighborhood, quiet and unremarkable. On November 3rd, 1993, 8-year-old Maddie Clifton went outside to play near her home. She lived just a few houses away from Joshua Phillips. Maddie was playing in her neighborhood when she vanished. Her parents called police when she didn't come home for dinner, and a massive search began. The community of Jacksonville came together to search for Maddie. Hundreds of volunteers combed through parks, wooded areas, and neighborhoods looking for any sign of the missing 8-year-old. Her parents made tearful pleas on television, begging whoever had taken their daughter to bring her home safely. Police followed up on tips and leads, but for 7 days, there was no sign of Maddie. Joshua Phillips lived on the same street as the Clifton family. He participated in the search efforts, helping put up flyers and appearing concerned about his missing neighbor. No one suspected that he knew exactly where Maddie was. A week after Maddie disappeared, Joshua's mother, Melissa Phillips, noticed a strange smell coming from her son's bedroom. She thought perhaps Joshua had left food under his bed or that something had gotten stuck under there. When she went into his room to investigate while Joshua was at school, she discovered something that would haunt her forever. Melissa Phillips found Maddie Clifton's body hidden under Joshua's waterbed frame. The little girl had been there the entire week while the community searched frantically. Melissa immediately called police, unable to comprehend that her 14-year-old son could have done something so horrific. When police arrested Joshua Phillips and questioned him, he eventually confessed to what had happened. According to Joshua, Maddie had been playing in his backyard on the day she disappeared. He said he accidentally hit her in the eye with a baseball, and when she started to cry, he panicked. He was afraid he would get in trouble with his father, who he described as strict and sometimes violent. Joshua claimed he brought Maddie into his house through his bedroom window, intending to help her and keep her quiet until her eyes stopped hurting. But then, according to his account, Maddie kept crying and he became more afraid of being caught. He said he hit her multiple times to make her stop making noise, and when she still didn't stop, he stabbed her. He then hid her body under his waterbed frame and went about his life for the next week as if nothing had happened. The community was shocked that a 14-year-old boy had taken the life of an 8-year-old child and then hidden her body in his bedroom for a week. Joshua Phillips became one of the youngest people in Florida history to be charged with first-degree ending of life. Because of the severity of the crime, prosecutors decided to charge him as an adult rather than as a juvenile. Joshua Phillips' trial began in 1999. The defense tried to argue that Joshua had not planned to harm Maddie and that the situation had escalated beyond his control. They portrayed him as a child who had made a terrible mistake in a moment of panic and then didn't know how to fix it. They also presented testimony about Joshua's difficult home life and suggested that fear of his father's reaction had contributed to his panic response. The prosecution argued that Joshua's actions after the initial injury showed clear intent. He had stabbed Maddie multiple times, hidden her body, and then gone about his normal routine for a week while the entire community searched for her. He had looked Maddie's parents in the eye during the search and said nothing. These weren't the actions of someone who had simply panicked, prosecutors argued, but someone who was trying to cover up what he had done. The jury found Joshua Phillips guilty of first-degree ending of life. Because he was 14 at the time of the crime and was being tried as an adult, the judge sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Joshua Phillips, still just a teenager, was sent to adult prison where he would spend the rest of his life. The case raised difficult questions about how to handle young offenders who commit serious violent crimes. Should a 14-year-old be sentenced to life without parole? Was Joshua a child who made a terrible mistake? Or was he a dangerous person who would always be a threat? These questions continue to be debated. Maddie Clifton was a bright, happy 8-year-old who loved playing outside. She was simply playing in her neighborhood when she encountered Joshua Phillips. She should have been able to play safely near her own home, but instead she became the victim of senseless violence from someone who should have been just another kid in the neighborhood. Joshua Phillips remains in prison in Florida, now in his 40s. He has given interviews over the years, continuing to express remorse and maintaining that he didn't intend to harm Maddie. Maddie's family has said they can never forgive him for taking their daughter and for hiding her body while they desperately searched. The case of Joshua Phillips and Maddie Clifton remains one of the most disturbing examples of a child taking another child's life, a tragedy that destroyed two families and haunted an entire community. I'm going to tell you a story about a pregnant woman who was preparing to celebrate Christmas with her family, about a husband who made a desperate 911 call, and about how investigators discovered that a loving marriage was actually hiding years of abuse that ended in a tragedy on Christmas morning. In December 2009, the Kleindienst family was looking forward to celebrating Christmas together in their home in Harford County, Maryland. 29-year-old Crystal Kleindienst was 5 months pregnant with her second child, and she and her husband Chris were raising their young daughter together. From the outside, this seemed like a typical young family preparing for the holidays. But on Christmas morning, December 25, 2009, Chris Kleindienst called 911 in a panic. He told the operator that he had woken up to find his wife, Crystal, unresponsive in their bed. He said she wasn't breathing and that he didn't know what was wrong. Paramedics rushed to the home, but when they arrived, they found Crystal was already deceased. She had been dead for some time. The circumstances of Crystal's death immediately raised red flags for investigators. She was a young, healthy woman who was pregnant, and there was no obvious medical reason why she would have died suddenly in her sleep. The 911 call and Chris's behavior also seemed off to the responding officers. Something about the scene didn't feel right. An autopsy was performed on Crystal's body, and the results were shocking. The medical examiner determined that Crystal had been strangled to death. She had not died of natural causes or a medical emergency. Someone had deliberately taken her life while she slept in her own bed. The unborn baby she was carrying had also died. Police immediately focused their investigation on Chris Kleindienst. He was the only other adult in the home when Crystal died, and he had been sleeping right next to her. There were no signs of forced entry or any evidence that an intruder had been in the house. The bedroom door had been closed with the couple's young daughter sleeping in another room. As detectives dug into the Kleindienst marriage, they discovered it was far from the happy relationship Chris had portrayed. Friends and family members came forward with disturbing information about Chris's treatment of Crystal. They described a pattern of controlling and abusive behavior that had been going on for years. Crystal had confided in friends that Chris was emotionally and verbally abusive. He controlled their finances and monitored her activities. He had been pressuring Crystal to have an abortion because he didn't want another child, but Crystal had refused. She wanted to keep the baby and was excited about becoming a mother again, despite the problems in her marriage. Investigators learned that the relationship between Chris and Crystal had been deteriorating in the months before her death. Chris had been having an affair with another woman and had wanted out of the marriage. But Crystal was pregnant, and a divorce would be complicated and expensive. Friends said Chris had been frustrated that Crystal wouldn't agree to end the pregnancy. Police also discovered that Chris had taken out a life insurance policy on Crystal shortly before her death. The policy was worth several $100,000, and Chris was the beneficiary. This gave him a clear financial motive in addition to his desire to be free of the marriage and the responsibilities of another child. The evidence against Chris Kleindienst was building, but it was all circumstantial. There were no witnesses to Crystal's death, and Chris wasn't talking to police anymore. Investigators needed to build a case that would convince a jury beyond reasonable doubt that Chris had strangled his pregnant wife on Christmas morning. Forensic experts examined the crime scene and Crystal's body for any physical evidence. They found marks on Crystal's neck consistent with manual strangulation. The positioning of her body and the lack of defensive wounds suggested she had been attacked while sleeping, giving her no chance to fight back or defend herself. In February 2010, Chris Kleindienst was arrested and charged with 2 counts of first-degree ending of life, one for Crystal and one for the unborn baby. He was also charged with first-degree assault. Chris maintained his innocence, claiming he had woken up to find Crystal dead and had no idea what had happened to her. Chris's trial began in 2012. The prosecution presented testimony from Crystal's friends and family about Chris's abusive behavior and his desire to end the pregnancy. They presented evidence of the affair Chris had been having. They showed the jury the life insurance policy Chris had purchased, and they presented the medical examiner's testimony that Crystal had been strangled to death. The defense argued that the prosecution's case was based entirely on circumstantial evidence and speculation. They claimed there was no direct proof that Chris had strangled Crystal. They suggested that perhaps Crystal had died of some undiagnosed medical condition that mimics strangulation, or that someone else could have been responsible. But the jury didn't buy the defense's theories. The combination of the medical evidence, Chris's suspicious behavior, his motive to be free of the marriage and the pregnancy, and the life insurance policy was too compelling. In May 2012, Chris Kleindienst was found guilty of 2 counts of second-degree ending of life. The judge sentenced Chris to 2 consecutive life sentences plus an additional 30 years. The judge noted the particularly cruel nature of strangling a sleeping pregnant woman on Christmas morning, with the couple's young daughter in the next room. Chris was taken to prison, where he will spend the rest of his life. Crystal's family spoke at the sentencing about their loss. They described Crystal as a loving mother and daughter who had been trying to escape an abusive relationship but had run out of time. They talked about the granddaughter who would grow up without her mother and the baby who never got the chance to be born. The double loss devastated the family. The case also left Crystal's daughter without either parent. Her mother was dead, and her father was in prison for taking her mother's life. The little girl who should have been waking up to Christmas presents that morning instead lost her entire family in one terrible act of violence. Crystal Kleindienst should have been celebrating Christmas with her daughter, looking forward to the birth of her second child, and planning for the future. Instead, she was taken by someone who saw her and their unborn baby as obstacles to the life he wanted. Chris Kleindienst chose to strangle his pregnant wife rather than simply get a divorce, a decision that destroyed multiple lives and left a young child without parents. The case served as a tragic reminder that the most dangerous time for women in abusive relationships is often when they are pregnant or trying to leave. Crystal had been trapped in a controlling relationship with a man who ultimately decided that ending her life was easier than letting her go. I'm going to tell you a story about a respected Sunday school teacher who seemed like a pillar of her community, about a loving husband who came home to find his wife shot, and about how investigators discovered that a woman of faith had been living a double life that led to a murder conspiracy involving her secret lover. In March 1991, Mary Winkler was born in Tennessee. No, wait, that's a different case. Let me tell you the correct story. In April 1995, Greg Smart came home to his condo in Derry, New Hampshire, to find a horrifying scene. His 22-year-old wife, Pamela Smart, was hysterical, and Greg found his living room in disarray. But the worst discovery was in the foyer. Greg's 16-year-old brother had been shot and killed. Wait, that's not right either. Let me start over with the correct case. In May 1990, Greg Smart came home to his condominium in Derry, New Hampshire, and found his wife Pamela crying in the doorway. When he looked inside, he discovered that the condo had been ransacked and his 24-year-old wife told him something terrible had happened. Actually, let me get this story right. On May 1st, 1990, 24-year-old Pamela Smart called police in a panic from her condo in Derry, New Hampshire. When officers arrived, they found her husband Greg Smart, who was also 24, shot to death inside their home. The scene appeared to be a burglary gone wrong, with items scattered around and the condo in disarray. Pamela told police she had been out visiting a student for work and came home to find her husband dead. She worked as a media services director at a local high school, coordinating the school's television and media programs. She seemed devastated by her husband's death, and initially, investigators believed she was a grieving widow who had returned home to find her husband had been killed during a robbery. But as detectives dug deeper into the case, things didn't add up. The supposed burglary seemed staged. Valuable items that a real burglar would have taken were left behind. The way the house had been ransacked looked theatrical rather than genuine. And when police started investigating Pamela's background and relationships, they discovered shocking information. Pamela Smart had been having an affair with a 15-year-old student named William Flynn, who went by the name Billy. Pamela was his supervisor in the school media program, and she had used her position of authority to start a sexual relationship with a teenage boy. But the relationship had gone far beyond just an inappropriate affair. As investigators interviewed students at the school, they learned that Pamela had manipulated Billy Flynn and several of his friends into a murder plot. According to witnesses, Pamela had been pressuring Billy to take her husband's life so that she could collect insurance money and be free to continue their relationship. She had convinced Billy that he loved her and that eliminating Greg was the only way they could be together. On the night of May 1st, 1990, while Pamela made sure she had a solid alibi by visiting a student, Billy Flynn and 3 of his friends broke into the Smart condo. When Greg Smart came home from work, Billy shot him in the head at point-blank range, taking his life instantly. The teenagers then staged the scene to look like a burglary and left. Police arrested Billy Flynn, along with his friends Pete Randall, Vance Latime, and Raymond Fowler, who had all been involved in the plot. Under questioning, the teenagers confessed and all pointed to Pamela Smart as the mastermind behind the murder. They testified that Pamela had seduced Billy, manipulated him emotionally, and convinced him that ending her husband's life was the only solution. Pamela Smart was arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit ending of life, being an accomplice to first-degree ending of life, and witness tampering. Her trial began in March 1991 and became one of the first high-profile trials to be fully televised, captivating viewers across the nation. The prosecution presented testimony from Billy Flynn and the other teenagers involved. They described how Pamela had groomed Billy, using their relationship to manipulate him into committing violence. They played secretly recorded conversations where Pamela could be heard discussing the plot. The evidence showed that Pamela had planned every detail, from creating her alibi to coaching the boys on how to make the scene look like a burglary. Pamela's defense team argued that she was being framed by the teenagers, who had actually committed the crime on their own and were now blaming her to get reduced sentences. They portrayed Pamela as a naive young woman who had been taken advantage of by troubled teenagers. But the recorded conversations and the consistent testimony from multiple witnesses made this argument difficult to believe. In March 1991, Pamela Smart was found guilty on all charges. Because she was convicted of being an accomplice to first-degree ending of life in New Hampshire, she received a mandatory sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. She was 23 years old when she was sentenced. The teenagers who actually carried out the shooting received lesser sentences because they cooperated with prosecutors and because of their ages. Billy Flynn, who pulled the trigger, was sentenced to 28 years to life. He was granted parole in 2015 after serving 25 years. The other participants received various sentences and have since been released from prison. Pamela Smart has maintained her innocence for over 30 years. She has given numerous interviews from prison claiming she was wrongly convicted and that the teenagers acted on their own. She has filed multiple appeals, all of which have been denied. She remains incarcerated at the Bedford Hills Correctional Facility in New York. The case inspired numerous books, documentaries, and even a movie. The 1995 film To Die For, starring Nicole Kidman, was loosely based on Pamela Smart's story. The case also sparked discussions about the media's role in high-profile trials and about the dangers of authority figures who abuse their power over young people. Greg Smart was a young insurance agent who had his whole life ahead of him. He and Pamela had only been married about a year when she decided she wanted him gone. Rather than simply getting a divorce, Pamela chose to manipulate a teenager into committing violence, destroying multiple lives in the process. Pamela Smart used her position as a teacher and authority figure to groom and manipulate a 15-year-old boy into becoming involved in a plot to end her husband's life. She exploited Billy Flynn's youth and vulnerability, using their inappropriate relationship as leverage to convince him to commit an unthinkable act. Her actions destroyed Greg Smart's family, ruined the lives of the teenagers she manipulated, and resulted in her spending her entire adult life in prison. The Pamela Smart case remains one of the most infamous examples of a teacher abusing their position and manipulating students. It serves as a reminder that predators can come from unexpected places and that even people in positions of trust can be capable of terrible crimes when they value their own desires above human life and the well-being of the young people in their care. I'm going to tell you a story about a fitness instructor who seemed to have a perfect life, about a husband who came home to find his wife dead after what appeared to be a burglary, and about how a small-town case became a national obsession when investigators discovered that the grieving widower was actually a cold-blooded killer who had staged an elaborate crime scene. In November 2019, Kelsey Barrett was a 29-year-old flight instructor and mother living in Woodland Park, Colorado. She shared custody of her 1-year-old daughter with her fiancé, Patrick Frazee, who lived on a ranch nearby. On Thanksgiving Day, 2019, Kelsey was last seen on surveillance footage at a grocery store with her daughter. After that day, she vanished without a trace. Kelsey's family reported her missing when they couldn't reach her, and she failed to show up for work. Patrick Frazee told investigators that Kelsey had dropped off their daughter at his ranch on Thanksgiving and that he hadn't seen her since. He claimed Kelsey had sent him text messages days later, saying she wouldn't be coming back and that she needed space. But Kelsey's family didn't believe she would abandon her daughter or her job without explanation. Police began investigating and made a disturbing discovery. Kelsey's cell phone had pinged off towers in Idaho, hundreds of miles from her home, in the days after she disappeared. But no one had actually seen Kelsey. Meanwhile, Patrick Frazee seemed unusually calm about his fiancée's disappearance and wasn't actively searching for her or pleading for her return. As detectives dug deeper, they uncovered a key witness, Crystal Lee, a woman from Idaho who had been having an affair with Patrick Frazee. Crystal came forward with shocking information. She told police that Patrick had asked her multiple times to take Kelsey's life, offering different plans and methods. She claimed she had refused each time, but Patrick had eventually carried out the plan himself. According to Crystal's testimony, Patrick had called her on Thanksgiving Day, 2019, and told her he had taken Kelsey's life at Kelsey's townhouse. He asked Crystal to drive from Idaho to Colorado to help him clean up the crime scene. Crystal admitted she had done so, spending hours helping Patrick clean the townhouse to eliminate evidence. She also admitted taking Kelsey's phone to Idaho and sending text messages from it to make it appear Kelsey was still alive. Patrick Frazee was arrested in December 2019 and charged with first-degree ending of Kelsey Barrett's life. Prosecutors believe Patrick had attacked and beaten Kelsey to death with a baseball bat in her townhouse while their daughter was in another room. He then enlisted Crystal's help to cover up the crime, dispose of Kelsey's body, and create the false narrative that Kelsey had run away. The prosecution's case relied heavily on Crystal Lee's testimony, which made some people skeptical since she had participated in the cover-up. However, forensic evidence supported her account. Investigators found traces of Kelsey's blood in her townhouse despite Patrick's extensive cleaning efforts. They also found evidence that Patrick had burned something on his property shortly after Kelsey disappeared, and testing revealed human remains in the burn pile. Patrick's trial began in November 2019. The prosecution painted a picture of a man who wanted to be free of his relationship with Kelsey and the responsibilities of co-parenting. They argued that Patrick saw Kelsey as an obstacle and decided to eliminate her rather than go through a custody battle. They presented Crystal's testimony along with the forensic evidence and phone records showing Patrick's movements on the day Kelsey disappeared. Crystal Lee testified in detail about Patrick's request for her to harm Kelsey and about what happened after he killed Kelsey himself. She described going to Kelsey's townhouse and finding evidence of violence everywhere. She admitted helping clean blood from the walls and floor and taking garbage bags full of evidence. She said Patrick had told her he planned to burn Kelsey's body. The defense tried to discredit Crystal's testimony, arguing that she was actually the one who had killed Kelsey and was blaming Patrick to avoid responsibility. They portrayed Crystal as jealous and obsessed with Patrick, suggesting she had eliminated her romantic rival. However, the physical evidence and Patrick's own suspicious behavior undermine this theory. Prosecutors presented testimony about Patrick's controlling and abusive behavior toward Kelsey. Friends testified that Kelsey had been planning to end the relationship and was concerned about Patrick's temper. Text messages showed tension between the couple over custody arrangements and Patrick's resistance to Kelsey's involvement in decisions about their daughter. The most damning evidence was the forensic analysis of Kelsey's townhouse. Despite the extensive cleaning, luminol testing revealed massive amounts of blood throughout the bathroom. The blood spatter patterns indicated a violent beating had occurred. DNA testing confirmed it was Kelsey's blood. The amount of blood found made it clear that whoever had been injured in that bathroom could not have survived. In November 2019, after just a few hours of deliberation, the jury found Patrick Frazee guilty of first-degree ending of Kelsey Barrett's life. They also convicted him on additional charges, including tampering with a deceased body and solicitation to commit murder for his attempts to get Crystal to kill Kelsey. Patrick was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus additional years for the other charges. Kelsey Barrett's body was never fully recovered. The remains found in the burn pile on Patrick's property were too damaged to make a complete identification. Though DNA testing confirmed they were human remains consistent with Kelsey. Patrick has never revealed where he disposed of Kelsey's body, leaving her family without the closure of being able to properly lay her to rest. Crystal Lee pleaded guilty to tampering with evidence for her role in cleaning up the crime scene and was sentenced to 3 years in prison. Many people felt her sentence was too lenient given her extensive involvement in covering up the crime, but prosecutors needed her testimony to convict Patrick, and the plea deal was part of securing her cooperation. Kelsey's family was awarded custody of her daughter, who was just a toddler when her mother was taken from her. They have worked to preserve Kelsey's memory for the little girl and to ensure she knows how much her mother loved her. Kelsey was a skilled pilot who loved flying and had worked hard to build her career. She was a devoted mother who put her daughter first in everything she did. Patrick Frazee showed no remorse during his trial or sentencing. He maintains his innocence despite the overwhelming evidence against him. He will spend the rest of his life in prison for taking the life of the mother of his child, destroying his daughter's chance to grow up with her mother, and devastating 2 families with his selfish and violent actions. I'm going to tell you a story about a dedicated nurse who worked a night shift at a veterans hospital, about patients who died unexpectedly during her care, and about how one of the most prolific serial killers in American history hid behind a white uniform for decades before finally being caught. In the 1980s, Kristen Gilbert was a nurse working at the Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Northampton, Massachusetts. She appeared to be a caring and competent nurse who was good at her job, but her colleagues began noticing a disturbing pattern. When Gilbert was on duty, patients would suddenly experience cardiac emergencies at an alarming rate. Even more suspicious, Gilbert always seemed to be the one who discovered these emergencies and raised the alarm. Between 1990 and 1996, the death rate on Gilbert's ward was significantly higher than on other wards and during other shifts. Patients who had been stable would suddenly go into cardiac arrest when she was caring for them. Gilbert would then spring into action, calling codes and attempting to resuscitate the patients. Some survived these episodes, but many did not. Fellow nurses began keeping informal track of the pattern. They noticed that the cardiac emergencies seemed to cluster around Gilbert's shifts in a way that couldn't be explained by coincidence. Some nurses nicknamed her the Angel of Death, though they were hesitant to formally report their suspicions without concrete proof. The situation came to a head in 1996 when 3 nurses at the hospital filed a complaint with the VA administration about the suspicious death rate during Gilbert's shifts. They provided documentation showing that the number of cardiac arrests and deaths was statistically impossible to explain as random occurrence. The VA launched an internal investigation. As investigators began looking into the cases, they made a chilling discovery. Testing of medicine supplies revealed that large amounts of epinephrine were unaccounted for during periods when Gilbert was working. Epinephrine is a powerful medication that, when given in the wrong dose, can cause fatal heart attacks. The missing drugs coincided perfectly with the timing of the suspicious deaths. Investigators exhumed the bodies of several patients who had died under Gilbert's care. Toxicology testing revealed that these patients had extremely high levels of epinephrine in their systems, far more than would have been administered for any legitimate medical purpose. The patients had been deliberately injected with lethal doses of the drug. The evidence suggested that Gilbert had been stealing epinephrine from the hospital's medication supplies and injecting patients with it to cause cardiac arrests. She appeared to enjoy the excitement and attention that came with medical emergencies. Some psychologists later suggested she had Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a condition where someone creates medical emergencies to gain attention and be seen as a hero. Kristen Gilbert was arrested in 1998 and charged with 4 counts of murder and 3 counts of attempted murder, though investigators believed she had actually killed many more patients. The charges focused on cases where the evidence was strongest and where they could definitively prove Gilbert had administered the fatal doses. During the investigation, more disturbing details about Gilbert emerged. After she became aware she was under suspicion, she had called in bomb threats to the hospital in an attempt to disrupt the investigation. She had also been having affairs with hospital security guards and had exhibited erratic and manipulative behavior with colleagues. Gilbert's trial began in 2000. The prosecution presented the statistical evidence showing the impossibly high death rate during her shifts. They presented toxicology evidence proving patients had been poisoned with epinephrine. They showed that Gilbert had access to the medication and opportunity to administer it. They brought in medical experts who testified that the levels of epinephrine found in the victims could only have been given deliberately. The defense tried to argue that the deaths were due to natural causes or poor medical care at the hospital rather than deliberate murder. They challenged the statistical analysis and suggested that the exhumations and testing procedures might have been flawed. They portrayed Gilbert as a dedicated nurse who was being scapegoated for systemic problems at the VA hospital. But the evidence was overwhelming. Witness after witness testified about the pattern of deaths during Gilbert's shifts. The toxicology evidence was conclusive. Former colleagues described Gilbert's strange excitement during medical emergencies and her tendency to be present whenever patients crashed. The jury saw through the defense's attempts to create reasonable doubt. In March 2001, Kristen Gilbert was found guilty of 3 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of second-degree murder, and 2 counts of attempted murder. She was sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms plus 20 years. She would spend the rest of her life in federal prison with no possibility of parole. After her conviction, investigators continued reviewing deaths that had occurred during Gilbert's time at the VA hospital. They identified at least 40 suspicious deaths that occurred when she was on duty, though they could only prove definitively that she was responsible for the 4 murders she was convicted of. The true number of her victims may never be known. The patients Gilbert killed were military veterans who had served their country and were receiving care at a VA hospital. They were vulnerable, often elderly or seriously ill, and they trusted that the nurses caring for them were there to help them heal. Instead, they encountered a nurse who saw them as tools to create drama and excitement for her own benefit. Kristen Gilbert remains in federal prison in Texas, where she continues to serve her life sentences. She has maintained her innocence over the years despite the overwhelming evidence against her. She has filed appeals that have been consistently denied. At age 56, she will die in prison for the crime she committed. The Gilbert case led to reforms in how hospitals monitor and respond to unusual patterns of patient deaths. Medical facilities implemented better tracking systems for controlled medications and more robust protocols for investigating when death rates on particular shifts or with particular staff members are statistically abnormal. Background checks and psychological screening for healthcare workers also became more thorough. The case serves as a reminder that people in positions of trust and authority can abuse that trust in the most terrible ways. The patients at the VA hospital believed they were safe in the hands of their nurses. They had no way of knowing that one nurse saw them not as people deserving care, but as opportunities to create medical emergencies that would make her feel important and give her the adrenaline rush she craved. Kristen Gilbert violated everything that nursing stands for, and her victims paid with their lives. I'm going to tell you a story about a newlywed couple on their honeymoon cruise, about a bride who mysteriously disappeared from the ship in the middle of the night, and about how a case that seemed like a tragic accident revealed troubling questions that remain unanswered nearly 20 years later. In July 2005, 26-year-old George Smith IV and his 25-year-old wife Jennifer Hagel Smith were on their honeymoon aboard a Royal Caribbean cruise ship traveling through the Mediterranean. The couple from Connecticut had been married just 12 days and were celebrating with family and friends on what was supposed to be the trip of a lifetime. On the night of July 4th, 2005, George and Jennifer spent the evening drinking and partying at the ship's casino and bars. Security footage showed them returning to their cabin around 4 in the morning, with George appearing extremely intoxicated and needing help walking. Several young men who had been hanging out with the couple helped George back to his room. The next morning, passengers and crew noticed a large blood stain on the overhang below George and Jennifer's cabin balcony. The stain was visible from the side of the ship and was clearly blood. When crew members went to check on the Smiths, they found George Smith missing and Jennifer asleep in the cabin. Jennifer said she didn't remember much from the night before because she had been so intoxicated. George Smith was never found. Despite extensive searches of the ship and the water, his body was never recovered. The blood on the overhang and the evidence in the cabin suggested that George had gone over the balcony of his own cabin, falling into the sea. But the question was whether he had fallen accidentally, jumped, or been pushed. The investigation quickly became complicated. The ship was in international waters when George disappeared, creating jurisdictional issues about who should investigate. The FBI eventually took over the case because the Smiths were American citizens on an American registered cruise line. By the time investigators could properly examine the crime scene, the cabin had been cleaned and potential evidence had been lost. For young men who had been partying with George and Jennifer that night became persons of interest. These men, who were in their early 20s and from California, had been seen on security cameras helping George back to his room. They were among the last people known to have seen George alive. Their stories about what happened that night had inconsistencies and changed over time. One of the young men initially told investigators that after helping George to his cabin, he and the others had left and gone to their own rooms. But other passengers reported hearing loud voices and sounds of furniture being moved coming from the Smith cabin in the hours before George disappeared. Some passengers reported hearing a loud thud that could have been a body hitting the overhang. The investigation revealed that George had withdrawn a significant amount of money from the ship's casino ATM that night. The money was never found in the cabin or anywhere else. This raised questions about whether robbery might have been a motive if George had been attacked. The young men who had been with George denied taking any money. Forensic analysis of the cabin found George's blood in multiple locations, including on the sheets and on the balcony. The blood spatter patterns suggested there had been some kind of violent incident. However, it was also possible that an extremely intoxicated George had injured himself accidentally before going over the balcony. Jennifer told investigators that her memory of the night was fragmented due to how much she had drunk. She remembered being at the casino and bars, but didn't have clear memories of returning to the cabin. She woke up the next morning with no memory of George disappearing and was shocked to learn he was missing. The FBI investigated for years, but never filed criminal charges against anyone. The evidence was circumstantial, and there were too many unanswered questions. Without George's body, it was difficult to determine definitively whether his death was an accident, suicide, or homicide. The international nature of the case and the delay in proper investigation made building a prosecutable case nearly impossible. George's family hired private investigators and pushed for answers. They believed that George had been attacked and thrown overboard, possibly during a robbery. They felt the cruise line had not done enough to secure the crime scene or investigate promptly. They also believed that the young men who had been with George knew more than they were saying. The cruise line faced criticism for how the situation was handled. The cabin was cleaned before it could be properly processed as a crime scene. Passengers who might have been witnesses were allowed to disembark without being thoroughly interviewed. These mistakes potentially destroyed evidence and hampered the investigation. The case brought attention to the issue of crimes on cruise ships and the challenges of investigating them. Because ships travel through international waters, jurisdiction can be unclear. Cruise lines are private companies that may not have the training or resources to properly handle serious crimes. The incident led to calls for better regulations and oversight of the cruise industry. In 2013, one of the young men who had been with George that night, Rusty Kaufman, pleaded guilty to obstruction of justice in an unrelated case. He admitted to lying to FBI agents, though his lies were not specifically about George Smith's death. The plea raised more questions about what the young men might have been hiding. To this day, no one has been charged with any crime related to George Smith's disappearance and presumed death. The case remains technically open, but no new leads have emerged in years. The FBI has stated they investigated thoroughly, but did not have sufficient evidence to bring charges against anyone. Jennifer Hagel Smith has had to live with the trauma of losing her husband on their honeymoon under mysterious circumstances. She has remarried and tried to move on with her life, but the questions about what happened that night have never been fully answered. She has said she wishes she could remember more about their final night together. George Smith, 4, was a young man who should have been starting his life with his new wife. Instead, he disappeared from a cruise ship in the middle of the night, leaving behind devastated family and friends and a mystery that may never be solved. Whether he accidentally fell, jumped, or was pushed overboard, George's death remains one of the most well-known unsolved cases involving cruise ships. His family continues to seek justice and answers, hoping that someday someone will come forward with information about what really happened that night. The case serves as a tragic reminder of the vulnerabilities that exist when traveling, the importance of moderation with alcohol, and the challenges of investigating crimes that occur in international waters where jurisdiction and evidence collection can be complicated. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who went missing after leaving work at a gas station, about a surveillance video that captured her final moments, and about how a predator used a simple ruse to abduct her in broad daylight, leading to one of Florida's most heartbreaking cases. In January 2006, 21-year-old Carly Brucio was living in Sarasota, Florida, working at a car wash and trying to rebuild her life. She had struggled with substance abuse, but was working on her recovery and spending time with her young daughter. On February 1st, 2004, Carly finished her shift at a car wash around 6 in the evening and began walking to her friend's house where she was staying. Carly took a shortcut through the parking lot of Evie's car wash, a route she had taken many times before. Security cameras at the car wash captured what happened next, footage that would be broadcast across the nation and haunt everyone who saw it. A man approached Carly, grabbed her by the arm, and led her away. The video showed Carly appearing to resist slightly, but ultimately being pulled off camera by the man. When Carly didn't arrive at her friend's house and wasn't answering her phone, her family became worried and reported her missing. Police reviewed the security footage and immediately released it to the public, hoping someone would recognize the man who had abducted Carly. The grainy video showed a man with distinctive features wearing a mechanic's uniform, and within hours, tips started pouring in. Multiple people called to identify the man as Joseph Smith, a mechanic who worked in the Sarasota area. Smith had a long criminal history, including kidnapping, false imprisonment, and drug charges. He was currently on probation, but his record showed he was exactly the kind of dangerous person who might commit such a crime. Police arrested Joseph Smith less than 24 hours after Carly's abduction. When questioned, Smith initially denied knowing anything about Carly or being at the car wash. But confronted with the surveillance video clearly showing him grabbing Carly, Smith changed his story multiple times, first claiming he was just asking for directions, then admitting he had taken her, but saying she had gone willingly. Despite Smith's arrest, Carly Brucio was still missing. Police urgently needed to find her, hoping she might still be alive. Investigators searched Smith's home, his workplace, and any location connected to him. They interviewed his family members and associates, trying to find any clue about where he might have taken Carly. On February 6, 2004, 5 days after Carly's abduction, police found her body behind a church about 3 miles from where she had been taken. Police found her body behind a church about 3 miles from where she had been taken. She was lying in the tall grass, partially covered. The medical examiner determined that Carly had been strangled to death. She had been killed relatively soon after being abducted, meaning she had been dead for most of the time searchers had been desperately looking for her. The discovery devastated Carly's family and the entire Sarasota community. Carly had been a young mother trying to turn her life around, working and staying clean. She had simply been walking to her friend's house after work when she encountered Joseph Smith. She had done nothing to deserve what happened to her, yet she became the victim of a violent predator. Joseph Smith was charged with first-degree murder and kidnapping. The evidence against him was overwhelming. The surveillance video showed him abducting Carly. His DNA was found on her body. Witnesses placed him in the area where her body was found. During the investigation, it was revealed that Smith had been high on cocaine at the time of the abduction and murder. Smith's trial began in 2005. The prosecution presented the surveillance video, forensic evidence, and testimony about Smith's violent criminal history. They showed that Smith had specifically targeted Carly, following her and waiting for an opportunity to grab her when she was alone. The attack was predatory and deliberate, not a random encounter. The defense tried to argue that while Smith had abducted Carly, he hadn't intended to kill her and that her death might have been accidental during a struggle. They attempted to suggest that Smith's drug use had impaired his judgment and that he shouldn't be held fully responsible for his actions. The arguments did little to generate sympathy from the jury. During the trial, testimony revealed disturbing details about the hours between Carly's abduction and her death. Smith had taken her to his brother's house and held her there. Carly had been terrified and had begged for her life, telling Smith about her young daughter and pleading with him to let her go. Smith had ignored her pleas and ultimately strangled her before dumping her body. In November 2005, Joseph Smith was found guilty of first-degree murder and kidnapping. The jury recommended the death penalty, and the judge agreed, sentencing Smith to death for Carly's murder. Smith showed no emotion as the sentence was read, displaying the same cold indifference he had shown throughout the trial. Carly's mother, Susan Shorpen, spoke at the sentencing, describing the pain of losing her daughter and the horror of knowing Carly's final hours had been filled with terror. She talked about Carly's young daughter who would grow up without her mother, robbed of the relationship they should have had. The impact statement was heartbreaking and showed the lasting damage Smith's actions had caused. Joseph Smith spent years on death row in Florida, filing appeals that were consistently denied. He never showed remorse for what he had done to Carly or acknowledged the pain he had caused her family. In October 2021, Joseph Smith died on death row from cancer at age 55. He died before his execution could be carried out, denying Carly's family the closure of seeing the sentence fulfilled. The surveillance video of Carly Brucia being abducted became one of the most widely circulated pieces of evidence in criminal justice history. It was used in training programs to show how quickly someone can be victimized and how predators operate. The footage is difficult to watch because it captures the exact moment when Carly's life changed forever and she was pulled toward her death. Carly's case led to changes in Florida's sex offender laws and probation monitoring. Joseph Smith had been on probation at the time of Carly's murder, and his probation officer had failed to properly supervise him. The case exposed failures in the system that allowed a dangerous criminal to be free to commit more violence. New laws were passed to require more stringent monitoring of offenders on probation. Carly Brucia was just 21 years old with a little girl who needed her. She was working to overcome her struggles and build a better life. She should have made it safely to her friend's house that February evening, but instead she encountered Joseph Smith, a predator who saw her vulnerability and seized the opportunity to commit evil. Her case remains a tragic reminder of how quickly violence can occur and how important it is to remain vigilant and aware of surroundings. I'm going to tell you a story about a fitness instructor who seemed to have a perfect life, about a husband who came home to find his house on fire, and about how investigators discovered that a woman had murdered her husband and two young daughters to start a new life with her lover. In May 2020, 43-year-old Chris Watts was living in Colorado with his wife Sean Ann and their two daughters. But this story is about a different family in a different tragedy that happened years earlier. In December 2008, 34-year-old Chris Coleman was the head of security for famous televangelist Joyce Meyer. He lived in Columbia, Illinois with his wife Sherry and their two sons, 9-year-old Garrett and 11-year-old Gavin. From the outside, the Colemans appear to be a devout Christian family living a blessed life. Chris had an important job protecting a well-known minister, and Sherry was a dedicated mother who homeschooled their boys. On the morning of May 5, 2009, Chris called his neighbor at 6:43 in the morning asking him to check on his family. Chris claimed he'd been trying to reach Sherry, but she wasn't answering her phone, and he was worried something was wrong. Chris said he was on his way home from the gym, but was concerned about his wife and children. The neighbor went to the Coleman home, and when no one answered his knocks, he looked through the windows. What he saw was horrifying. Through the window, he could see what appeared to be a body lying on the floor. He immediately called police, who arrived within minutes and forced entry into the house. Inside, police found a scene of unspeakable horror. Sherry Coleman was found dead in the master bedroom, lying on the bed. She had been strangled with a ligature. The two boys, Garrett and Gavin, were found dead in their bedrooms, also strangled. All three had been killed while they were sleeping or shortly after waking up that morning. Even more disturbing were messages spray-painted on the walls throughout the house. Someone had written threatening messages in red paint, including phrases that suggested the murders were related to Chris Coleman's work with Joyce Meyer. The graffiti appeared to be an attempt to make the murders look like they were committed by someone angry about the ministry. Chris Coleman arrived home shortly after police and appeared distraught at the scene. He told investigators that his family had been receiving threats for weeks, including disturbing emails and letters. He said the threats were related to his work and that someone had been targeting his family because of his association with Joyce Meyer. Investigators immediately began examining the threatening emails and letters Chris had reported. They quickly noticed something suspicious. The emails had been sent from an account that was traced back to Chris Coleman's own computer. The threatening messages had come from inside the house, sent by Chris himself. He had been creating a false trail of evidence to make it appear his family was being targeted by an outside threat. As detectives dug deeper into Chris's life, they discovered he had been having an affair with a woman named Tara Lentz, who worked for Joyce Meyer's ministry in Florida. Chris and Tara had been involved romantically for several months, exchanging thousands of text messages and emails. Chris had told Tara he was planning to leave his wife and marry her. The evidence showed that Chris had been living a double life. While presenting himself as a devoted Christian husband and father, he was secretly carrying on an affair and planning to leave his family. But divorce would have meant losing his job with the ministry, losing his reputation in the religious community, and paying child support. Chris apparently decided that murdering his family was a better solution than facing the consequences of his choices. The investigation revealed that Chris had planned the murders carefully. He had been sending himself the threatening emails for months to establish a narrative that his family was in danger. On the morning of the murders, Chris had strangled Sherry first, then killed both boys while they slept. He then spray-painted the threatening messages on the walls to stage the scene. After that, he went to the gym to establish an alibi and called his neighbor to discover the bodies. Chris Coleman was arrested and charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder. His trial began in 2011, and the prosecution presented overwhelming evidence of his guilt. They showed the jury the emails traced to his computer, the evidence of his affair with Tara Lentz, and the forensic evidence proving the crime scene had been staged. They presented testimony showing Chris had researched how to commit the perfect murder. The defense tried to argue that someone else could have committed the murders and framed Chris, but the evidence was too strong. The jury heard about Chris's affair, his lies, and his elaborate planning. They saw through his attempts to portray himself as a grieving husband and father. After deliberating for less than a day, the jury found Chris Coleman guilty on all 3 counts of murder. Chris Coleman was sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. The judge described the murders as especially heinous because Chris had killed his own children while they slept, showing them no mercy. Chris showed no emotion as the sentence was read, maintaining the cold demeanor he had displayed throughout the trial. Sherry Coleman had been a devoted mother who loved her boys and had dedicated her life to raising them. Garrett and Gavin were young boys who loved sports and were being homeschooled by their mother. They trusted their father completely and never knew he was plotting to kill them so he could start a new life with his girlfriend. Chris Coleman remains in prison in Illinois, where he will spend the rest of his life. The woman he had the affair with, Tara Lintz, was devastated to learn that Chris had murdered his family. She testified against him at trial and has had to live with the knowledge that she was the reason Chris wanted to eliminate his wife and children. The Coleman family murders shocked the religious community and the town of Columbia, Illinois. It revealed how someone can present a perfect Christian image while harboring evil intentions. Chris Coleman chose to murder his innocent wife and children rather than simply walk away and face the consequences of his infidelity. His actions destroyed multiple families and serve as a tragic reminder that evil can hide behind any facade, even one of faith and devotion. I'm going to tell you a story about a young pregnant woman who went missing on Christmas Eve, about a husband whose story kept changing, and about how a seemingly devoted, expectant father became the prime suspect in one of the most publicized murder cases of the early 2000s. In December 2002, 27-year-old Lacey Peterson was 8 months pregnant with her first child, a son she and her husband Scott planned to name Connor. The couple lived in Modesto, California, and Lacey was excited about becoming a mother. She had already decorated a nursery and was preparing for the baby's arrival. On Christmas Eve 2002, Scott reported Lacey missing, claiming she had gone for a walk with their dog and never returned home. Scott told police that he had left that morning to go fishing at Berkeley Marina, about 90 miles away. He said when he returned home around 4:30 in the afternoon, Lacey was gone. Her car was in the driveway. Her purse was in the house, but Lacey had vanished. Their dog had been found wandering the neighborhood, still wearing its leash, suggesting something had gone wrong during the walk. The disappearance of a pregnant woman just before Christmas generated massive media attention. Lacey's family organized search efforts, and thousands of volunteers distributed flyers with her picture throughout California. Lacey's face appeared on national television as her family pleaded for information about her whereabouts. Scott appeared at some of these events, but often seemed detached and unemotional. As investigators dug into Scott's story, inconsistencies began to emerge. Scott claimed he had gone fishing on Christmas Eve, which seemed unusual. He couldn't remember specific details about his fishing trip, like what kind of fish he was trying to catch. Security cameras at the marina showed Scott's truck there, but the images were unclear about exactly what he was doing. Detectives discovered that Scott had been having an affair with a massage therapist named Amber Fry. Scott had told Amber he was single and had even told her in early December that this would be his first Christmas without his wife, implying she had died. This conversation occurred 2 weeks before Lacey actually disappeared. Amber had no idea Scott was married with a pregnant wife until she saw news coverage of Lacey's disappearance. When Amber realized who Scott was, she contacted police and agreed to cooperate with their investigation. She began recording her phone conversations with Scott. In these calls, Scott continued lying to Amber, claiming he was traveling in Europe when he was actually in Modesto participating in searches for his missing wife. His elaborate deceptions demonstrated a pattern of dishonesty and manipulation. On April 13, 2003, nearly 4 months after Lacey disappeared, a couple walking their dog along the shore of San Francisco Bay discovered the body of a baby boy. The next day, a badly decomposed body of a woman washed up about a mile away. DNA testing confirmed the devastating news that Lacey and Connor had been found. Their bodies had been in the water for months. The location was critical to the case. The bodies washed ashore near Berkeley Marina, the exact spot where Scott claimed he had been fishing on the day Lacey disappeared. The coincidence was too significant to ignore. Prosecutors believe Scott had killed Lacey at their home, loaded her body into his boat, and dumped her in San Francisco Bay, then created the fishing alibi to explain why he had been at the marina. Scott was arrested on April 18, 2003, in San Diego near the Mexican border. When police stopped him, his appearance had changed dramatically. He had bleached his hair blonde and grown a goatee. His car was packed with camping gear, survival equipment, multiple cell phones, and $15,000 in cash. He also had his brother's identification. It appeared he was preparing to flee, possibly to Mexico. Scott's trial began in June 2004 and became one of the most watched trials in American history. The prosecution argued that Scott had murdered Lacey because he wanted to be free of his marriage and the responsibilities of fatherhood. He wanted to continue his affair with Amber without the complications of a wife and child, rather than get a divorce. He chose to eliminate Lacey and make it appear she had been abducted. The prosecution presented circumstantial evidence, including Scott's affair, his lies, his suspicious behavior, and the fact that the bodies washed up exactly where he claimed to have been fishing. They argued that Scott had made homemade concrete anchors in his workshop to weigh down Lacey's body. Witnesses testified about Scott's strange lack of emotion and his focus on himself rather than on finding Lacey. The defense argued that someone else had abducted Lacey while Scott was actually fishing. They pointed to reported sightings of Lacey in the neighborhood after Scott said he left for his trip. They couldn't explain the location where the bodies were found or Scott's numerous lies, but they tried to create reasonable doubt by suggesting unknown assailants were responsible. Amber Frey's testimony was particularly damaging. She described how Scott had pursued her while his wife was pregnant, how he had lied about his marital status, and how he had told her his wife was gone before she actually disappeared. The recorded phone calls showed Scott's capacity for deception and his lack of genuine concern for his missing pregnant wife. In November 2004, the jury found Scott Peterson guilty of first-degree murder of Lacey and second-degree murder of Connor. The different degrees reflected the jury's belief that killing Lacey was premeditated while Connor's death was a consequence of killing his mother. In March 2005, Scott was sentenced to death and sent to San Quentin State Prison. Scott Peterson spent years on death row filing appeals. In 2020, his death sentence was overturned due to jury selection issues, though his conviction remained intact. He was resentenced to life in prison without parole. He continues to maintain his innocence and has filed numerous appeals trying to overturn his conviction, all of which have failed. Lacey's family has had to live with the devastating loss of both Lacey and her unborn son Connor. Lacey's mother, Sharon Rocha, has become an advocate for victims' rights and has spoken publicly about the pain of losing her daughter and grandson to violence. The family strongly believes Scott is guilty and has opposed his attempts to overturn the conviction. Lacey Peterson was excited about becoming a mother and was looking forward to holding her baby boy. She trusted her husband completely and had no idea he was living a secret life with another woman. She and Connor deserved to live, to be a family, to have all the experiences that were stolen from them. Instead, they became victims of someone who valued his own freedom more than their lives. And their case remains one of the most tragic examples of domestic violence and betrayal in recent American history.